radio. I like it. I like it.
For those listening, Steve is like messing with knobs and controls, so if we go off the air, that is the cause.
I've fired up the stream here so people can see you now.
Oh, good. I'm glad I wore my thong today.
Yeah.
My thong bikini.
Well, everybody can see that, no, you got in here a little late because you had to go.
No, this isn't a school board meeting. You can't crumple the wrapper.
Granny's Donuts. You had to get some Granny's Donuts.
I was
So if you
proudly,
hear anybody talking, boy, right, no why.
I was proudly in line at Granny's this morning getting donuts. Yes, sir. That's a fact.
Well, you know, it's an important institution in the Sandhills, I think. You know.
Yeah. All right. Let's see what we got here this morning. Hang on, let me script up here. Because when they don't provide me with one, I got to do it. Just things we need to know today so we don't sound stupid. At least 36 people on a Hawaiian Airlines flight were injured Sunday with 20 taken to the emergency room after a plane encountered severe turbulence 30 minutes before landing. On a flight from Phoenix to Honolulu, one of the passengers said it was like being on a roller coaster, and at the very beginning, you know, when it takes its initial big drop. Mm-hmm. And that's...
You know, people don't understand that airplanes can do a lot of things. And, you know, when you have that kind of turbulence, and I've flown a lot, you know, it's just not anything to worry about. It's like being on a roller coaster. It's actually
at 30,000.
I'd say
it's actually a lot of fun, to tell you the truth. You know, I was once on one of these really cut-rate airlines. It only lasted for about 6 months or a year, and their home base was like in Winston-Salem.
Was it Wilbur or Orville that ran that airline?
Yeah, it was kind of like that. It was like a Wright Flyer, and we hit some of that turbulence coming into Winston-Salem, and the people that were frightened were the flight attendants because they were brand new. You know, they really weren't being paid much money, and it was one of these extremely cut-rate airlines, and the flight attendant was just panicked. Totally panicked, and I had to yell, "Sit down, flight attendant!" You know, I didn't even say stewardess. You know, I said, "Sit down, flight attendant."
You were so progressive.
Yeah, well, it was interesting, but you know, it's just you just have to get used to it and always wear your seatbelt. Okay,
yes. Whether
when
you're
you're
on a
sitting
bus
in your
or a
seat.
plane,
That's right,
whether you're on a
bus.
school bus or an airplane. Oh, wait, we don't have seatbelts on our school buses.
You know, absolutely. And here's the one interesting thing. Whether you're on an airplane or whether you're in a school bus or whether you're in a car, the same law of physics applies.
Well, and here's what's interesting. Only 2 of those 3 are you required to wear a seatbelt. You're required to wear a seatbelt in your car or you'll get a ticket.
Right.
You're required to fasten your seatbelt on an airplane or they will kick you off the airplane. But for some reason, we don't require our children, our precious children, to wear seatbelts on a school bus. Doesn't that kind of stick out like a sore thumb?
Well, it sticks out like a sore thumb of people trying to make profit off of a real danger to kids. You know, school buses, yes, they roll over. Yes, school buses get involved in accidents at 35, 45 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And yet we don't put seatbelts on school buses. The number of times that I brought to the school board, that was before we had the conservatives on the school board, I'll have to say, that I brought to the school board a request to spend just a few bucks putting seatbelts on the school buses. I hear the same arguments that I used to hear in 1967, okay, about seatbelts. Oh, they're tough to get out of during an accident or whatever. The fact of the matter is seatbelts save lives, and they're the primary reason why, in spite of a rise in miles driven over the past 30, 40 years, we've actually had a basically flat or lower death toll on our roadways.
You know, I don't want to be the person at the funeral wishing that we had implemented seatbelts at our school bus. God forbid something happened. Could you imagine being at the funeral of one of our young people saying, if only we had actually passed mandatory seatbelts in our school buses? I don't want to be that person.
Well, here's some knowledge. for you. Last time I checked, the Republicans were in charge of the school board, so they can vote it in.
Yeah, well, we can only do so much, in the first month. Let's see, what have we done? We reinstated valedictorian salutatorians. We introduced a parental bill of rights. We've done, we'll get to it, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be in the next budget, I guarantee. Let me see. Who's chairman of the budget committee?
Oh, wait, that would be me.
Oh, yeah, all right.
Speaking of budget, and wait, no. It's budget and audit committee. Audit with a big A.
Right.
And I've got a few places I'm going to look.
I will tell you, with the amount of money that you're going to find, and I know you're going to find some fat in the budget, we'll have more than enough money to put some seatbelts on those buses.
Well, it just needs to be a priority.
Oh, yeah, there's no question about it.
All right. Well, if you had all the money, and I got to do something else first.
If I had all the money in the world.
I know, this was going places. I woo-hoo.
All right, I'll finish it out. If you had all the money in the world to spend, but you wanted to only spend a fair price for something without getting overindulgent with it. If the original mechanical model of E.T., the little alien from the 1982 sci-fi classic E.T. the Extraterrestrial, came up on the auction block for sale, what would you be willing to pay for it?
So this isn't going to come as a surprise to regular listeners or people who know me, right? But I have never seen the movie E.T. And those that know me just completely understand.
I actually do. I reference movies all the time to David, and he says, "What's that?"
I just get a stunned mullet look.
It's a
what
Wonderful
movie
Life,
services do you
McClintock.
have?
Oh, wait, no. I've seen It's a Wonderful Life.
Oh, you have seen
I
it.
watched White Christmas. I watched White Christmas just a few days ago, and the tears, that scene where the general, the general goes
general,
in,
right.
everyone calls, man, I got like tears in my eyes. I will watch some of the classics, but no, I've not seen E.T.
Okay, let me see. You said, who's got the horse? Who's got a model of the horse for Blazing Saddles? Was that the question?
No.
No. This was E.T.,
E.T.
the extraterrestrial.
I'd say-
The actual
I'd say-
mechanical
I'd
that they
say
use.
$1,300,000.
$1,300,000.
$1,300,000. I would tell you that if I had all the money in the world, I think I'd rather throw it into the ocean.
Well, I know
rather
that,
than
but
buy
let's
that.
suppose you want to buy it for an investment and hold on to it and then sell it for more.
It's probably not that much, but I'd say $1,300,000.
Okay, I would go maybe $2.5 million, something like that.
You're
I
just
guess.
about on the button. $2.56 million.
Wow. Well, The Price is Right. Come on down. Bob Levy, you're next on The Price is Right.
Yeah, for this little scale model of this ET riding a bicycle over the moon, right? No,
that's not right. Oh, do you have The Price is Right theme song?
No, I got this theme song though that I keep.
$2.5
All
million.
right,
Man.
here we go.
All right, here we go.
Yeah. Oh no.
Yes, it is.
Smarter than an ET or smarter than a fifth grader.
Yes, it's that Tuesday event that we do every Tuesday here in the studio. We find out how smart our school board members are. Okay, the following questions come from the standard fifth grade curriculum in the U.S. Answer 4 out of 5 correctly, or you ain't got the sense of a fifth grader.
Well, the answer is Citizen Kane or Ben-Hur. Which one is it?
What is the least common denominator of 1/5 and 3/8? Is it 2, 24, or 40?
What are the fractions again?
2, 24, oh, the fractions, 1/5 and 3/8.
1/5 and 3/8. What did
And
you
well,
say?
what are the
Wait,
alternatives? 'Cause it
1/5
would
and
be- it would
3/8.
be-
1/5, 3/8. So
You multiply 5 times 8.
8, 8, 5. Well, we know it's 40. I'm
40,
just trying
right.
to figure out if it's less than that.
No.
I thought,
Yeah.
anyway,
Yeah.
so I'll go with 40.
It is 40. Well, it's that may not be the least common denominator.
Well, yeah, because you go 8, 16, 24, 32, 40. So
Eight times 5 is 40. So you know that both are divisible
Right.
by 40, and then you go down if you take a piece of paper.
That's what I just did. I went up
Yeah.
8, 16, 24, 32, 40. See,
Well-
so 5 is the first one you hit is your little pinky on 40. I went from thumb to pinky, and my pinky hit 40.
Oh, it's called Chisholm Bob. It's
Whatever. Anyway, so 40 is our answer.
All right, listen to this sentence. And it's important you listen to every word. Earthquakes are common on the West Coast. What part of the speech is the word earthquake? Is it a plural noun, a singular possessive noun, or a plural possessive noun? Now, I know when I learned all this crap in 5th grade,
Well,
I went through life going, well,
It's not possessive
It's
because it's a plural noun.
yeah, it's
earthquakes
earthquakes are common. It's a plural noun.
right,
Sure.
because I emphasized
Now-
this.
Now, if the earthquakes own California, it would be it could be possessive. Earthquakes, California, that would be
Well,
a possessive noun.
That's a different country.
And I think we're too possessive. I think we should be much more caring.
So one of the rough duty stations I had in the Marine Corps, I was stationed in Monterey, California, going to the Naval Postgrad. That was a rough duty station. Every day waking up, Cannery Row. Anyway, so I could look out my back window. I lived a little north, and the San Andreas River.
Yes.
Kind of like the San Andreas
It's
Fault.
It is off of the San Andreas Fault, by
Yeah.
the way.
Well, so the thing about Monterey Bay, it's half moon.
Right.
It kind of looks like how when they did the school assignment plan, they went around Taylortown, right?
That's right.
That's what Monterey Bay looks like. Anyway, the half a mile off the coast of where the San Andreas River runs into the Pacific Ocean, half a mile off where that hits, the Pacific Ocean is like almost a mile deep.
Oh, wow.
That's how
Okay.
deep that fault line is. And on land, it's all just filled in with silt.
Well, it's called, by the way, for all our 5th graders, it's called the Ring of Fire.
Yeah.
It is.
And someday California's
tectonic.
number's going to be up.
That's right.
Maybe I have it the other way around. Maybe a mile off the coast, it's half a mile deep. That's probably more correctly. But you got to go like 150 miles off the coast of North Carolina before you get, the ocean half a mile deep. In Monterey, you just go like a mile off the coast and it's half a mile deep.
Living in California for 40 years, we kind of get used to earthquakes. Although I will tell you, the first time I had an earthquake, which was on January 1st, was New Year's Day. We were watching the Rose Parade, and all of a sudden, something shook. And in my mind, I thought those were howitzers at Fort Bragg. And yet, I'm in Los Angeles, and it's just
That's a
something
big howitzer.
irrational that goes through your mind. But that's how I was trained to think. Just howitzers at Fort Bragg.
The hardest part about moving from coast to coast, stationed at like Camp Lejeune and going to Camp Pendleton, is when you're driving up the highway and the ocean's on the wrong side. You're like, the ocean's on my right side. I must be going north, and you're headed south.
And and the ocean is blue. It's not quite this greenish sort of a thing.
So anyway, did we get the answer? What was the question?
Yeah, you got the answer right.
Okay, well, let's move on.
It's okay. All right.
If
So
Steve
much
would
for the
quit.
nouns.
Steve would stop delaying this program. We'd be moving along much quicker.
Let's go with the verbs. Okay.
What
the
made-
participles?
We're
What made
2-0, by the way.
What major event happened at the end of the Cretaceous period? A, dinosaurs went extinct. B, the first mammals appeared. Or C, the Ice Age began.
Well, let's see.
Well, wait a second. They had a Cretaceous period. That's when you have the peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
No, I
and
was
you cut
thinking that the
crust off.
pizza was invented, right? We had the Cretaceous period followed by Domino's Pizza.
That's
so,
right.
Is Domino's Pizza introduced an answer to the peanut
No.
butter and jelly sandwich?
I'll just guess because I have no idea under the sun. The dinosaurs.
That's what I'm going with. The dinosaurs bit the dust.
Yeah, that's what happened.
So there's an alternative theory to that.
What's that?
So there were two arcs, right? And the dinosaurs were on one arc.
What was it? Noah's and Sam's Ark.
Yeah, sure. What I don't, well, the name of the second ark that contained the dinosaurs is lost to history, but there was a great naval battle. And, Noah's Ark had better armor and better cannons, and they sunk the Sam's Ark that contained the, we'll just call it the Levy Ark. The Levy Ark that had the dinosaurs
tell you what will
on it.
bust that theory is that mankind and dinosaurs were never on the earth at the same time.
Well, that's according to your theory of
Well,
how
who was,
things happen.
my father used to say, I wasn't there, Charlie. How does anybody know,
What battles kicked off the American Revolutionary War? Now listen to that sentence. What battles
Okay, this is testmanship.
This is,
kicked
this
off
is
the American
Lexington.
Revolutionary War? Was it Battle of Bunker Hill, battles of Lexington and Concord, or Battle of Trenton?
See,
Well, it's certainly Lexington and Concord, which
That's the only one, or plural.
right. Well, not only that, but it's not. It's actually Lexington and Concord. Okay, we have Concord in North Carolina, but in Massachusetts, it's Concord.
oh, wait. You're
Was.
talking about the first American Revolution, because if you listen to the crazies in Moore County, you would think that it was the Battle of the Sunrise Theater. And, you've got the good people at Calvary Christian showing up to, read Scripture.
Yeah.
That's right.
And, quietly read Scripture. And according to the left in Moore County, it's like a revolution occurred.
Yeah. Well, we need more of that kind of revolution, actually.
And lastly, which famous classical composer was deaf when he wrote some of his greatest works? Was it Mozart, Bach, or Beethoven?
It was actually Beethoven.
I'm going with Bob. on
Was
this
it?
one.
Was it Bach?
You should go with your gut instinct. A fifth of Beethoven. I'm going with the fifth.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go with Beethoven because I like the dog.
Stick with Beethoven. If
I
not-
like the dog and I like the movie.
It also explains the music.
All right, today's impossible question. The United States gets most of its Christmas trees from Oregon and North Carolina. There are no tree farms in 3 of our states. Which states do not have a Christmas tree farm?
Well, I don't know.
What are they? These are
Well, it's the
multiple
other
guess.
47 you get to pick from. I mean, there are 48 that you get to pick from.
These are multiple guess questions.
No, this is today's impossible question.
Oh, So we moved out of. Are you?
All right, I'll give.
Okay, was
I'll
one
give
of
you.
them
I'll
Hawaii?
give.
Is one of them Hawaii?
Hang on, I'll give
Hawaii.
you. I'll give you.
No, because they have to. They won't import trees. They have to grow their own.
Oh, okay.
I'll give you multiple choice. Is it South Dakota, North Dakota, or New Mexico, or Nevada? Which of those 3?
Well, I would imagine they probably have Christmas tree
And
farms
also,
in
let me
Nevada.
throw in Wyoming there. I'm supposed to give you 6.
I imagine they must have them in Nevada because when you go into the Sierras, there are plenty of Christmas trees to cut down.
The Nevada is one of the ones that does.
Right, that does, right.
yeah.
So it would probably be North, could be North Dakota or South Dakota. No,
I go with New Mexico.
New Mexico is the one that does not.
okay. And you said there are 3 that do not, right?
Yeah.
Among
Okay, I
those
got
that you
mine.
talk-
You two have to get yours. I'm bowing out.
Okay, I would go probably for North Dakota being one. And what were some of the other choices?
Wyoming and Nevada.
Well, I imagine
know
Nevada has
Grows theirs. We're
has
looking for the
some-
ones that don't.
right. So I would go probably North Dakota, and I'll go with South Dakota instead of Wyoming. I have no idea.
Well, South Dakota is correct. They do not grow trees, and Wyoming does not grow trees.
Okay,
That's
Well,
because the trees don't like Cheneys.
That's right. I was
the
thinking
Cheneys
about
are
that.
so unlike the Christmas trees refuse to grow in their state.
What an embarrassment to humanity.
Yes.
Let's see what else. And there are things we need to know file here. Jennifer Gardner is said to be considering entering the world of politics. Oh boy, more Hollywood. A friend says that Harry and Meghan.
Who's Jennifer Garner?
Ben Affleck's ex.
Okay, I
Okay.
get who's Ben Affleck.
No,
Affleck. Is he the duck on the Affleck?
Affleck, right.
Is that Ben? Is his name Ben?
A friend says, talk about the spool said here. A friend says
Affleck.
that Harry and Meghan
Affleck.
are going to demand an apology from the royal family and a summit. Before they even
demand an apology from the King of England. Right?
Before they consider attending King Charles's coronation next year.
Nobody, absolutely nobody in England likes Meghan and Harry anymore. That whole thing backfired on them.
And no one wants them to attend the coronation.
Right.
Of
She
King
cries how
Charles.
much she's picked on. All right, we got a break. News is next. We'll be back on the backside.
Quite a bit different look above today than what we had yesterday. Mostly cloudy skies to an overcast as a weak system passes south of the state. There might even be a little bit of light rain in our southern counties, the high in the mid to upper 40s. Tonight, partly to mostly cloudy, the low in the upper 20s to low 30s. For your Wednesday, it's a partly cloudy day, a little milder, low 50s for highs. Rain is likely on Thursday. That should taper off Thursday night, but another round could come Friday morning with an Arctic cold front. I'm Mike Mays in the North Carolina News Network Weather Center.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sand Hills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Rich Thomason. There's a major winter storm cranking up in the northwest, and the timing not the greatest, with Christmas just around the corner and a lot of Americans getting set to travel as the storm heads east. The Midwest and the Great Lakes region in the bullseye for heavy snow and high winds later in the week. Extreme cold is also in the offing. That bone-chilling cold could extend south to the Gulf Coast. Forecasters say that parts of the east that don't see snow can expect torrential rains and rainfall measured in inches. Supreme Court Chief Justice John Roberts giving the Justice Department till 5 p.m. to respond to his order. It keeps Title 42 restrictions on illegal immigration in place for the time being. Meanwhile, former President Trump speaking out about the crisis on the border, aiming his criticism squarely at President Biden.
Former President Trump released a lengthy statement attacking his successor for, quote, allowing the previously secured border to turn into an open, cartel-run disaster. The 45th president said, quote, over the past 2 years, Joe Biden has invited millions of illegal aliens to infiltrate our country in a gigantic unlawful invasion. Mr. Trump says by repealing Title 42, quote, Biden is getting what he always wanted, the termination of the most effective border security policy in modern history. Bernie Bennett reporting.
The Democrat-controlled House January 6th committee urging the Justice Department to pursue criminal charges against Mr. Trump and some of his associates. Former president has denounced the committee as illegitimate, calling it a kangaroo court, accusing the panel of taking part in a political witch hunt that's aimed at keeping him from seeking the presidency again, which Mr. Trump recently announced he is doing. On Wall Street this morning, stock futures modestly lower. Right now, the Dow futures are down about 5 points. S&P futures off 7. NASDAQ futures down 46 points ahead of this morning's opening bell. More on these stories at townhall.com.
First, we decide where we want to go. Then we need to know the best way to get there. Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold. We're the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. We teach people how to own physical gold and silver. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest #1 national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. That's 800-900-8000. Get the best information, the best process, the best service, the best value. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Advantage Gold is not an investment advisor or a tax advisor. Consult with your financial advisor before investing.
Members of Argentina's World Cup soccer team greeted by jubilant crowds at the airport, while today is a bank holiday in Argentina.
Argentines have been waiting 36 long years for the national team to repeat its success in the World Cup in Mexico, and they're very excited. Millions are expected in the streets of Buenos Aires to cheer the national squad as they celebrate their hard-won victory in the final against France. Overnight, when the team's flight landed at Ezeiza Airport, the team's captain and national hero Lionel Messi showed off the solid gold trophy, while the crowds lined the road as they took an open-top bus to a nearby training complex.
The BBC's Nicholas Rocha. Thailand's Navy says it has found one survivor and recovered 5 bodies from a Thai warship that sank over the weekend in rough seas in the Gulf of Thailand, but hopes are fading for 24 people still missing. News and analysis, townhall.com. There's criticism of FDA efforts to oversee the tobacco industry, including traditional cigarettes as well as vaping products.
The report issued Monday by a group of experts faults the FDA Tobacco Division's lack of clear direction and priorities. The assessment comes from a panel of experts convened by the Reagan-Udall Foundation, a nonprofit that works on FDA issues. The group says the FDA's inconsistent approach to regulation is at least partly to blame for the recent rise in underage vaping. FDA Chief Dr. Robert Califf commissioned the report during the summer after months of criticism of the agency's approach to tobacco. Keith Peters reporting.
The U.S. government's Road Safety Agency says it's investigating allegations that Hertz rented vehicles to customers without getting required recall repairs on those vehicles. To get on Wall Street, Dow futures now down 2 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
As our economy gradually reopens, remember to support local.
Know you're doing the right thing and stay proud.
Be a part of the greatest comeback of all time with Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
Ember's Smokehouse is now open in downtown Southern Pines. Looking to satisfy your barbecue craving? Well, step up to the counter and order classic barbecue like pulled pork, ribs, briskets, or chicken. Ordered by the platter with classic sides or by the pound. Your barbecue craving will be satisfied. Check out their menu and other delicious items. They're open Monday through Friday, 11 to 7, Saturday, 10 to 7, and Sunday, 10 to 3. That's Ember's Smokehouse, 130 Southwest Broad Street in Southern Pines.
It's no surprise. Pinehurst Toyota has done it again, a 3rd award. And this one is the Golden Carfax top-rated dealer, based on Toyota and Hyundai ability to consistently provide the best pre-owned vehicles and service. Pinehurst Toyota also has the Pilot Best of the Pines Service Department and the Sandhills Magazine Best Dealership in Moore County. The Pinehurst Toyota Advantage Plan is our goal to make you 100% satisfied with your visit to Pinehurst Toyota. The first 2 years or 25,000 miles are covered by the Toyota Care Program, and you get 5 years of roadside assistance regardless of miles. That's why with a major service at Pinehurst Toyota, you will receive a complimentary loaner for all qualified warranty repairs. Call Pinehurst Toyota at 910-692-2424. That's 910-692-2424.
Hi, this is Rodney Swarms with Plumbing Night. We know that plumbing emergencies can happen at any time. In fact, they seem to happen at the most inconvenient times. And then inviting an unknown plumber into your home, that can add to the stress of the situation. The Plumbing Night wants to alleviate any stress about inviting a technician into your home by guaranteeing that we have not only the very best plumbers, but also the most knowledgeable plumbers. Before any of our employees are hired, all of the employees must undergo drug testing and a thorough background check. If they don't pass, they aren't hired. No exceptions. Once they're hired and part of the team, they receive continuous technical and customer training to ensure that they are the very best at their trade. This training is week after week, month after month, year after year. This training is what got us into community college to teach the plumbing trade. So the next time you have an emergency, call the Plumbing Night. They're known for extraordinary service and integrity.
Call the Plumbing Night at 639-5555, day or night, or on the web at theplumbingnight.com.
You have family in town for the holidays. The house is clean, and yes, Cousin Eddie showed up. You want to watch football, and everyone else wants to watch the Hallmark Channel. Come to Rodino's where you can watch football to your heart's content. Catch all of the college bowl games while you enjoy your favorite beverage and that fantastic Rodino's food. Check their website for daily specials. That's Rodino's on Pinehurst Avenue in Southern Pines.
Hello, North Carolina. Dick Heller here. You might recognize that name from the Supreme Court case D.C. v. Heller. I'm not moving to North Carolina yet because if I did, I couldn't keep suing Washington, D.C. But if I was to move, the first thing I would do is get my concealed carry permit, and I'd take my class from beararms.com. I've worked with them in the past. I expect to work with them again soon, and I hope you would too.
Thanks, Dick. Steve Bozick here. Classes are filling up fast. Go to BAREARMS.com to reserve your seat today.
Is it finally time to upgrade that aging PC? Visit veteran-owned Silver Knight PCs. Bring in any old PC component to trade in for credit towards the purchase of a new component. Is doing it yourself too hard? Purchase any new pre-built computer from Silver Knight PCs and a 3-year warranty is included. They also offer diagnostic and repair for any PC or Mac. Contact Silver Knight PCs at 910-500-0015 or online at silverknightpcs.com for all your computer needs.
NCN News. I'm Mike Riley. Goldsboro police say 2 people are dead, including the gunman, following a shooting at Riddle and Brantley Law Firm in Goldsboro. Shooting happened across the street from a gas station, and James Screer, who works there, told WITN.
When they came, I was really surprised at what was going on, but I knew it was something serious.
The House committee investigating the January 6th Capitol attack has recommended criminal charges against former President Donald Trump and several others close to him. It was revealed in a final public hearing by the committee after an 18-month investigation. CBS News correspondent Scott McFarland has more.
This is a final flurry of activity in an unprecedented investigation. Not only did the panel recommend criminal charges against a former U.S. president, they're set to release their final report and transcripts of key witness interviews, including inside Trump's inner circle.
The search for missing 11-year-old Mandalina Kojakara has expanded to an area that includes Lake Cornelius near Charlotte. The girl was last seen at home on November 23rd, but was not reported missing until December 15th. Former FBI agent Quentin Williams told WCNC that lapsed time does not make sense to him.
I would assume that they are suspect. You would assume that the district would ask after a few days because they send notes home. And now in the digital age, we all get emails when our kids are out of school for one day.
Many Uber drivers in New York City went on strike yesterday after the rideshare company filed a lawsuit delaying a planned 11% pay raise. Driver Michelle Doughton says,
Uber, enough is enough. Stop stealing from us.
Freezing temperatures are in the forecast, and local plumbing experts are warning that you should be careful about your pipes. CBS News talked with Jason Levitt, general manager with Michael and
Once it drops below 20, that's when we can potentially see pipes freezing or bursting.
You're listening to NCN News.
The new COVID-19 boosters are safe and even more effective. We know that the COVID-19 virus continues to change over time as it continues to spread in our country and around the world. The new boosters give us all better protection against the COVID strains of the virus that we now see in our communities. You have a spot. Take your shot.
Stay protected against COVID-19. Find the updated booster at myspot.nc.gov.
Dillon Supply is your one-stop resource for industrial, safety, material handling, steel, pipe, valves, and fittings, and all under one roof. Everything they do at Dillon Supply is built on helping customers operate better today than yesterday. With locations throughout the region, Dillon Supply can respond quickly to job site needs. And count on Dillon for safety, compliance, and inventory management services. Stop by your local Dillon Supply or see more at DillonSupply.com. Dillon Supply, keeping your projects moving since 1914.
British Airways has apologized after a technical issue triggered a wave of flight delays across the U.S. and the Caribbean.
BA passengers reported disruption in departing cities, including Denver, New York, and Miami. British actor and model Liz Hurley among those affected, tweeting she was stranded at Antigua Airport for 20 hours, quote, with no food or water, taxis, or hotels offered yet. Other passengers' tweets were, well, there might might be children listening. British Airways blames problems with an independent contractor and says the issue's now resolved. Vicki Barker, CBS News, London.
The majority of likely voters in North Carolina will say goodbye to former President Trump and hello to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. This according to a new statewide poll for a still hypothetical race for the presidency in 2024. Eric Heiberle, UNC political science professor, says,
if you claim you're more a supporter of Trump than the party, yet you're still not willing to vote for Trump with DeSantis as an alternative, that's saying even Trump's strongest supporters aren't all with him yet.
Hundreds of people, including veterans, active duty military members, and those in the community gathered at Wilmington National Cemetery for a special ceremony for Wreaths Across America Day. Jerry West with Wreaths Across America told WECT.
The biggest thing is to teach the new generation coming up. They need to be taught about what has been done in the past.
New research looks at the impact of gun violence on children.
The number of children injured by guns surged during the pandemic and continued through 2021. A new study in JAMA Pediatrics included more than 4,500 children brought to hospitals with firearm injuries. Researchers found a 52% increase in cases versus before the pandemic. The study also found that black children and those with public insurance were more at risk. Naomi Ruckham, CBS News, New York.
Mike Rayleigh, NCN News.
Well, it appears we're losing all the sunshine we had yesterday thanks to a storm system that's passing south of us, bringing us mostly cloudy skies to perhaps an overcast in spots. There is the chance for some light rain in our southern counties, the high in the mid to upper 40s. Tonight, partly to mostly cloudy, lows upper 20s to low 30s. For your Wednesday, tomorrow it's partly cloudy, still cool, the high in the low 50s. Thursday, rain is likely, so have the rain gear handy, and cold weather coming for the holiday weekend. I'm Mike Mays in the Weather Center.
Right now here in the Sand Hills area, it's partly cloudy, 34, now it says mostly cloudy, 34 degrees, humidity 76%, dew point 27, winds calm, pressure 3075. It is 8:14. Let's take a look at your Sand Hills news for this Tuesday morning. Topping the news this morning, a woman with 4 children in her car allegedly tried to flee from deputies during a traffic stop on Friday. A deputy with the Sheriff's Department attempted to initiate a traffic stop for multiple violations in the Pinehurst and Southern Pines area. The driver failed to stop for a brief chase, and a brief chase ensued. Officers from the Southern Pines Police Department and Aberdeen Police Department assisted in safely stopping the vehicle without incident. The driver was identified as 25-year-old Lahala Kelly. Inside the vehicle, deputies also identified 4 children under the age of 10, none of which were in child safety seats or wearing a seatbelt. That brought about a slew of child endangerment charges, and she was put in the detention center under a $12,000 bond. An anti-Semitic sign was removed from Highway 690 overpass in Bass just hours before the first night of Hanukkah. The Moore County Sheriff's Office has said the sign is being investigated to find out who's responsible for hanging it on the bridge early Sunday morning. The large sign was covered in 4 red swastikas on each corner as anti-Semitic phrases, in part language associated with white supremacist group, quote, "Bring it all down," and 1488 was written on the sign. Moore County Sheriff's Office told Sand Hill Sentinel it was under investigation and it was too early to tell if the sign is related to the attack on 2 electrical substations in West End and Carthage on December 3rd. At the left, that incident left at least 45,000 customers without power for almost 4 days. No arrests have been made in the power grid attack case. According to authorities, there's no indication of threats to the Sand Hills Jewish congregation in Foxfire. The Foxfire Police Department stated that they have not received any reports of threats to the congregation. That's your WEEB local news this morning from the Sand Hill Sentinel. And, of course, you can go online to sandhillsentinel.com for more information. It is 8:17. Sports is next. right here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB.
The Morning Sports Report is brought to you by Hughes Supply of Pinehurst. With over 50 years' experience, Hughes Supply can handle all your plumbing project needs from start to finish. Call 910-295-5541 or visit them online at HughesSupplyPinehurst.com.
NCN Sports, I'm Nate Saunders. Correspondent Mark Daniels reports the Packers are still in it, but the Rams matched the highest loss total by any defending Super Bowl champion.
The Green Bay Packers kept their playoff hopes alive by beating the Los Angeles Rams 24-12 at a 15-degree Monday night at Lambeau Field. A.J. Dillon rushed for a pair of scores. Aaron Jones catching an Aaron Rodgers touchdown. The 6-8 Pack still with a heartbeat. Baker Mayfield made his first L.A. start, but the depleted offense produced only 156 yards. He got sacked 5 times. The defending champs officially out at 4-10.
Packers quarterback Aaron Rodgers says the team is staying alive off their bye week at 6-8.
We've got two in the bag. We knew that we had to win 5 and then have a lot of things go our way. So we won 2, and just about everything we've needed to happen has gone our way. Just about, right? So things are looking up.
A person with knowledge of the matter says Eagles quarterback Jalen Hurts suffered a sprained right shoulder, and his status for Philadelphia's game at Dallas is uncertain. Hurts has led the Eagles to a 13-1 mark and the best record in the NFL. The 24-year-old has morphed into a serious NFL MVP candidate in his second season as a starter. Monday was Coach K Day in Durham. Mayor Elaine O'Neill giving Mike Krzyzewski the key to the city. The retired Duke basketball coach proclaimed his love for the Bull City.
We believe in Durham, North Carolina, and it's obvious with that is happening right now. We're not the only ones.
The city council adopted a resolution to rename a section of Highway 751, which runs through Duke's campus, as Coach K Highway. And Tom Browning, an all-star pitcher who threw the only perfect game in Cincinnati Reds history and helped them win the 1990 World Series title, has died. He was 62. The Boone County Sheriff's Office announced Browning's death on Twitter, saying he died Monday at his home in Union, Kentucky. No cause was given. I'm Nate Saunders, and you're listening to NCN Sports.
So I would say just to do it because, you never know. You may get it.
Money from the Longleaf Commitment Grant, that is. Emma Robinson did, and now she's digging into horticulture classes without getting buried in debt. So if you're a 2022 North Carolina high school grad, follow Emma's lead and get that green for a tuition-free education from any of our state's 58 community colleges. See how to get the financial aid you need at yourhighereducation.com/tuition-free.
Science, technology, engineering, and math, or STEM, is an important part of K-12 education in North Carolina, but not all schools are able to provide it. NC Green Power is a nonprofit promoting STEM education through its Solar Plus Schools grant program. Recipient schools receive an educational solar installation, a weather station, a STEM curriculum, and teacher training. Help North Carolina students by supporting Solar Plus Schools today. Visit ncgreenpower.org. Learn more and donate to benefit STEM education. ncgreenpower.org.
Purdue maintained its grasp on number 1 in the AP men's college basketball poll on Monday, receiving 40 of the 60 first-place votes from a national media panel after knocking off Davidson in its only game last week. That allowed the Boilermakers to hold to the top spot for a second consecutive week. But after that, number 2, Virginia lost to Houston. UConn leaped into the second place and scooped up the remaining 20 first-place votes. The Huskies were unranked in the preseason. The rest of the top 5 were Houston, Kansas, and Arizona. Marquette entered the poll at number 23 and Arizona State at number 25. Tonight in the National Hockey League, New Jersey Devils visit the Carolina Hurricanes. They begin at 7 p.m. Number 14, Duke, plays at Wake Forest tonight in college basketball. That begins at 6:30. You're listening to NCN Sports.
We're proud to be working with our local businesses for the greatest comeback of all time.
Come together.
With Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
I'm Congressman Dan Bishop. Election integrity and voter ID. They're on everyone's mind these days. What's President Joe Biden say about these policies?
At least 11 states have introduced legislation recently requiring voters to show ID at the polls, like in North Carolina, which imposed a photo ID requirement. These guys never go away. For me, at least, you guys know it, but it's an important lesson for me. Hatred never ultimately goes away.
Respectfully, President Biden, policies requiring photo ID are about election integrity. I believe equating voter ID policies to racism is dishonest and disrespectful. I'm Dan Bishop. That's why I support the Combat Voter Fraud Act and oppose Biden and Speaker Pelosi passing the John Lewis Act voter ID ban in the lame duck session. Paid for by official funds authorized by the House of Representatives.
My name is Tony Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, North Carolina. I'm the third generation of a family-owned business. We've been in business for 83 years. We sell live bait, crickets, minnows, and worms, fishing tackle, nuts and bolts and screws by the piece. You can still come in and get nails weighed out by the pound or ones or twos, however you'd like.
The guys, they know what they're doing. You don't have to ask for service. You tell them what you need. If they ain't got it, usually they can conjure it up.
Keith Hardware has been a tradition in this town for as long as I've been in business, 42 years. And they run a good business and they're good people.
I came in with 2 pieces of plumbing. I handed it to this guy, and he took off the back and picked it up and brought it back. Their knowledge is invaluable to me.
With Keith Hardware for 28 years. I rent the building from them next door. And Tony and Ginger are doing an excellent job. I'm proud of them.
Come visit Keith Hardware today at 207 Monroe Street in Carthage.
We're just an old-fashioned hardware store.
My mom's home is 9 rooms and 56 years of memories. Everything that's important to her happened under this roof. She's slowed down a little and needs help. Nothing too difficult, just a hand with everyday chores. Someone to look after her when I can't. My mom loves her home. There's no place she'd rather be.
If your mom wants to stay in her home, call me, Bob Bonville at Griswold Home Care Pinehurst, 910-420-2360. That's 910-420-2360. We've been keeping the heart at home since 1982.
Business owners, don't miss out on year-end tax savings. Wilkinson Chevrolet Buick GMC in Sanford has a good selection of Sierra and Silverado 2500 HDs and 1500s in stock. It's been years since you've been able to drive home in your new vehicle the same day, and now you can. But hurry, you only have until December 31st to get one of these new Sierra or Silverados. So call Wilkinson Chevrolet Buick GMC today at 919-775-3421 or online at wilkinsoncars.com.
Hey golfers, did you know that for over 3 years, pro golfer Bubba Watson has used CBD MD's products to help relieve aches and pains as well as calm his mind? Well, now you can too. Flowland in Aberdeen is your CBD MD headquarters. CBD MD is the only CBD company listed on the New York Stock Exchange, and all the products are THC free. Flowland is open 7 days a week at 1200 Sand Hills Boulevard in Aberdeen for all your CBD needs.
Happy holidays. This is Dorita Porter of Dorita Porter State Farm on Pinehurst Avenue, serving Moore County's insurance needs for over 21 years. Rhonda, Cassie, and myself wish you a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year filled with love, peace, and prosperity. Like a good neighbor,
we wish you a Merry Christmas.
Pines Funerals, Fry and Prickett, Kennedy, and Powell Funeral Homes, serving Carthage, Robbins, Southern Pines, and surrounding communities. Have you thought about pre-planning your final arrangements? At Pines Funerals, we're here to guide and assist our community's families through the pre-planning process. Visit pinesfunerals.com today to schedule a no-pressure, no-obligation appointment to ensure all of your questions are answered. That's pinesfunerals.com to see why more families prefer Pines.
Hello, North Carolina. Dick Heller here. You might recognize that name from the Supreme Court case D.C. v. Heller. I'm not moving to North Carolina yet because if I did, I couldn't keep suing Washington, D.C. But if I was to move, the first thing I would do is get my concealed carry permit, and I'd take my class from beararms.com. I've worked with them in the past. I expect to work with them again soon, and I hope you would too.
Thanks, Dick. Steve Bozick here. Classes are filling up fast. Go to BAREARMS.com to reserve your seat today.
Serving more people, more places, 24/7. If your AC breaks down, we'll restore your indoor heaven. Installation or repair, one call will be there. It's your family, don't delay. Comfort's just a call away. We're Comfort Services. Comfort Services.
Come Come visit the beautiful Comfort Services showroom. See our gas fireplaces, wood-burning fireplaces, electric fireplaces, and outdoor kitchen grills. Don't forget to have us schedule a service on your gas logs for peace of mind this winter. Stay comfy and cozy all season long by calling Comfort Services at 910-695-2665. That's 910-695-2665.
Comfort's just a call away. Comfort Services.
You look out the window. It's dark. You lock the doors. Maybe you set an alarm. You take every precaution. Do whatever it takes to keep your home safe. But it's not. In fact, termites may be destroying your home right now. You may not see them. You may not hear them. But by the time you see the damage termites cause, it may be too late. So don't wait, because now there is something new. Introducing Termidor, the unique treatment that wipes out 100% of the termites in your home in 3 months or less. They'll never see it coming. But you can't get it from any store. So ask for Termidor by name from your pest control company. Because if you're not asking for Termidor, you're asking for trouble.
Termidor is available at Aberdeen Exterminating. Call 944-2474. For service, that's 944-2474.
The greatest comeback of all time is underway. Remember to shop local businesses. A reminder from Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
The Zumwalt Zone is brought to you by Quality Built Homes, the Sandhills' #1 home builder, developer, and remodeler. With over 1,500 homes built in Moore County, we earn our name every day. Quality Built Homes, 910-944-7453.
Hello, I'm John Zumwalt, and you're in the Zumwalt Zone. Have you ever heard of a college in New York City called the New School? It's a perfect example of higher woke education. Tuition's $52,000 a year. The school's website says that their Office of Equity, Inclusion, and Social Justice is committed to fostering an equitable, inclusive, and socially just environment for their community. Well, apparently they're doing a pretty good job of teaching these kids. Students have occupied a campus building in order to get their demands filled. They're there right now. One of their demands is that all students should be given a grade of A. They also insist that attendance shall have no bearing on course grade. Don't you think this is perfectly logical? An outcome for spoiled kids who've been socially promoted all their lives and have never been held accountable for their own actions? Personally, I think they should give them all A's. Then when they get out into the real world, they can get a job, occupy an office, demand that their boss promote them regardless of how well they perform their jobs. In fact, why should these precious little darlings even have to come to work? Maybe some of them, and I'd love this, will join the Marine Corps. They can simply explain to the drill instructor that they demand to sleep until noon, have their child brought in from somewhere else, and they expect someone to make their bunks and clean their latrines. This is a real thing, folks. I think we're blessed in Moore County. We finally decided to take our schools back. Hope everyone has a wonderful day. From the Zumwalt Zone.
Quite a bit different look above today than what we had yesterday. Mostly cloudy skies to an overcast as a weak system passes south of the state. There might even be a little bit of light rain in our southern counties, the high in the mid to upper 40s. Tonight, partly to mostly cloudy, the low in the upper 20s to low 30s. For your Wednesday, it's a partly cloudy day, a little milder, low 50s for highs. Rain is likely on Thursday. That should taper off Thursday night, but another round could come Friday morning with an Arctic cold front. I'm Mike Mays in the North Carolina News Network Weather Center.
And now, the Sandhills' #1 morning show. Mornings with the LeaderMan. Here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. And heard and seen around the world at talk973.com.
The best part of waking up is waking up with us.
Guess what time it is?
Well, what time is it?
It is time for another show.
Well, how much is that going to cost?
We'll do the Christmas show for nothing.
Fine, but you get what you pay for.
And now, on with our show.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays!
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Just say Merry Christmas.
Management doesn't want us saying that.
Just say it.
Here's the holiday spirit.
Showtime.
Christmas at all. I remember when you were here and all the fun we had last year. Pretty lights on the tree, I'm watching them shine. You should be here with me. Baby, please come home.
Good morning, Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB. Welcome back to the most listened to program in all of the Sandhills. This time once again for Mornings with the LeaderMan. I am Steve Leader Adams along with David Hensley. Good morning, David.
Good morning, Steve. Good morning, Moore County. We're broadcasting the Hensley Report from Radio Free Southern Pines from deep inside occupied territory in Southern Pines, North Carolina.
And good morning to Robert Levy.
Hey, good morning. And from Pacifica, the Sandhills, Free Speech Radio. It's great to be here.
All right, don't forget, of course, we're being heard and seen around the world on our live video stream. That's up and running at talk973.com or talk1041.com or WEEB990.com. Top middle of the homepage is where the video link's located. In the upper right-hand corner of every page is another link that says On the Air Listen Live. Click that once and you're listening that quick to our broadcast signal anytime, anywhere in the world. Weather for us today here in the Sandhills area. Well, we're going to be partly cloudy today, 46 for a high. Tonight, partly cloudy 30. Tomorrow, partly cloudy 47. Rain sets in Wednesday night into Thursday. Thursday will be rain and a high of 46. Then for where we at Thursday night, mostly cloudy with rain showers, low of 41. Friday, partly cloudy, rain showers, 54. Clear Friday night. Saturday and Sunday, that's when the Arctic air reaches us. Be partly cloudy Saturday with a high of 34. 22 Christmas Eve night. And Christmas Day, partly cloudy with a high of 34. Christmas Day night, 23. And Monday, as some of you will head back to work, sunny with a high of 36. Right now around the Sandhills, winds are calm, pressure 30-75, dew point 27, humidity 75%. It is mostly cloudy and 34 degrees currently here at Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. It being Tuesday, it is time once again at this time for the Hensley Report. And for that, we turn to David Hensley and the chairman of the school board, Bob Levy. David being vice chair.
Good morning, Chair Levy.
Good morning, Vice Chair. 34 degrees on Christmas.
Wait. Finish. You said vice, and then you got distracted. I want to hear it. Let's hear it. Good morning, Chair Levy.
Good morning, Vice Chair.
Hensley. Thank you.
I like the vice.
There is no vice in this vice chair. That could be taken two different ways. I meant anyway. Hey, I want to say that I am very proud of my friend Bob Levy because it appears that the sun will never set on his parental Bill of Rights. And I'll tell you why. Bob Levy developed, and we're going to talk about it here in a minute, Bob Levy felt strongly about this, and he developed a proposed Parents' Bill of Rights and introduced it in the first work session of this new school board. And I earlier this week, late last week, I got contacted by the Beaufort County School Board asking for a copy of it because they want to implement it on the east coast of Carolina. Then I read in the newspaper yesterday that Temecula, California, which is on the backside of Camp Pendleton, is implementing a parental Bill of Rights. So the revolution that stopped here, the reformation of public education that started here in Moore County, is already going from coast to coast in the United States. So, Bob, why don't you describe this parental Bill of Rights that, just like the British Empire, the sun will never set on?
Well, what we're really talking about are parents. Parents are telling everyone they started in Virginia. and they're going across the country. And I think Moore County is a big part of this. To say these children don't belong to the state. Your children belong to you. Your children are your children, not the children of the Moore County Board of Education. We're here to teach reading, writing, arithmetic, and that's really about it. We're here to educate, and we're not here to indoctrinate. And one of the things that
that will defer, and that there are clearly parental rights, and we're not going to usurp those parental rights, and we're going to defer to parents in situations where we should defer to parents.
Well, one of the things that it says is the school shall respect a parent's values and their beliefs, and parents have the right to instill their values in their children and to make decisions concerning their children's education and upbringing in accordance with their customs, with their faith, and with their family. And that's important because that's actually enshrined in the United States Constitution. The United States Constitution, at least according to the Supreme Court, says that one of the fundamental rights that we have is the right to bring up our children the way we want to bring up our children, free from state interference. And right. that is quite important. And among the things that we want to make sure that we don't interfere with are things such as the children's mental health. And their mental health includes what names and nicknames the children use, whether a child basically whether a child engages in any social transitioning or that type of stuff. That's up to the parents. That's not up to the schools. And the schools, if that sort of a thing happens, the schools have to talk and have to conference with the parents. Now, there are times when someone will say, well, if a child says that I'm this thing called transgender, whatever that means, okay, says that, and he may go home and maybe the parents will treat them badly. Well, that's the reason why we have children's services, because then the school district then goes to children's services and say we have a problem. The school district doesn't handle those things. The school district, for all intents and purposes, is working with the parents, and when we can't work with the parents will have to work with a social welfare agency. But we're not in the business of psychologically analyzing and dealing with those types of things for children.
Yeah, not only are we not organized, trained, or equipped to do that, we should not divert educational funds to replicating services that already exist at the county, city, and state level. You know, as you said, we have a Department of Social Services. They provide those services. We'll certainly have liaisons with them, but make no mistake about it, our mission is education. Our mission is not being a medical services provider or a provider of psychological services. And so, nor are we going to usurp the parental authority by providing those services behind the parents' back and in secret. And I mean, there's something just came out horrible in Indiana where they had a secret transgender policy that both the superintendent and school board refused to tell the parents about. Even under direct questioning, they refused to provide it. So Moore County Schools is not going to have these secret policies, nor are we going to have any policies that usurp the natural rights of parents.
And you know what? Once we come to that sort of a conclusion, we take a lot of pressure off of kids. You know, kids feel peer pressure, and they actually feel the pressure that sometimes is exerted by teachers and by administrators who have these signs that say, you know, you can join us. This is a safe space. Who knows? Maybe you might be a homosexual. Kids need to be free from that kind of peer pressure. And it is peer pressure. That's what you go to your parents to talk about. You go to your clergy to talk about it. That is what is resolved within the family. Right. And once we decide what our mission is, we will have better educated children who will feel much less pressure, especially socially, to conform to whatever the particular fad of the time is.
So what you describe, where a person in authority, let's say a teacher or administrator, actively displays those things, that's worse than peer pressure. That's using the color of authority to influence a decision of a minor child. And again, that's a parental authority. And I have to tell you, what Bob described is no more welcome or no more appropriate than, let's say, a Christian teacher recruiting students to be Christians, or a Jewish teacher recruiting students to join to become a Jew, or a Muslim teacher recruiting students to be a Muslim. It's not appropriate. It's not going to be tolerated. That is a parental right, and we're going to have viewpoint neutral classrooms.
And we're going to make sure that there is no pressure on the children to conform to either the majority opinion or the minority opinion or any kind of opinion.
Those are decisions that families make.
That's right. And generally, you know something? They make some pretty good decisions.
Right. We're going to defer to parents.
That's right. And when the parents come up with those decisions, we're going to make sure that our teachers and our administrators respect that. Whether you believe yourself to be Christian, whether you believe yourself to be Jewish, whether you believe yourself to be Muslim, the school is a place for learning the lowest common denominator of a fraction.
So wait, quick question. Can you check the outside cameras and see if the people from Southern Pines are, we're talking freedom and parental authority here. You check the outside cameras and make sure that the leftists in Southern Pines are not descending upon our radio free.
Nobody's descending upon the
They can't make it past the
currently being emitted.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, our message is a repellent for the people who would show up and protest.
And you know something else? We also want children to feel free to talk about things in class. Free speech is important not just for parents and for adults. It's also important for children. It's important for children to learn critical thinking, not to tell kids what to think, but to make sure that they are encouraged to think.
Amen.
And that's the real importance of what we're doing.
So what else is in your parental Bill of Rights?
Okay.
Anything else you want to highlight that that is going from coast to coast and around the world?
Okay. Well, the whole idea is that schools partner with parents, and that parental involvement and empowerment is fundamental to the successful education of all students. Therefore, we must strengthen partnerships among parents and the Moore County schools. It is basically, if nothing else. By the way, the parents also have a right to inspect health and academic records maintained by the school district.
Yes, there will be no hidden secrets in Moore County schools.
But
it's records.
Right, exactly. If your child's name is on a record, you have the right to see that record. And that is extremely, extremely important. Too many, in today's world, it's actually a battle of information. If you hold information, you hold power. And we don't want teachers and administrators to hold power over parents. We want parents to be able to look at those documents. And if there is any type of video of their student, parents have a right to look at that.
Well, it is important to note, it is very important to note that a school board's fiduciary responsibility are to the citizens and the taxpayers of Moore County. Our fiduciary duty is not to the employees. I mean, yes, we need to take care of them and all that, but our primary fiduciary responsibility is of all elected officials are to the people, not the bureaucracy or people they oversee. So anything else you want to say in summary of that?
Well, in summary, what's going on around the country, in Temecula, California, you would think California, the woke capital of the world, the parents are up in arms, and the parents are taking over school boards. Imagine that in woke California, because parents, whether they are black or white or Hispanic, they have values. And those values are saying, no, we're not going to run roughshod over kids. We're not going to make normal these, well, I call it really the drag show culture. The idea that to say, oh, it's normal for kids to go to things like drag shows. It's normal.
Not in my world.
Well, no. And it's normal for teachers to ask about what's your sexual situation. That is just wrong. And that is one of the things that the Parents' Bill of Rights does.
And those are parental decisions. Those are decisions that families make. And in Moore County schools, nobody is going to usurp that parental authority.
Right.
So anyway, the status of the Parental Bill of Rights, the Chair Levy introduced it in our first work session. It's been referred to the Policy Committee. It's undergoing legal review, and then once the legal review's over, then it'll pop out and we'll vote on it. Is that correct?
That's right. And as a matter of fact, I've got to call our counsel because I want to make sure that he's reviewed it and that he's found it to be in conformity with state law and the like. And even if it's not so much in conformity with state law, we're going to make sure that the spirit of this Bill of Rights is in our policies, because state law is a guideline, but state law in many respects.
And that was just that was a summary question, not an essay question.
Well, in many respects, we have to be a force for the change in state law.
Yeah. Speaking of change in state laws, we were going to talk about school improvement programs next, but I've talked about those before. I mean, look, I can summarize the school improvement programs in a nutshell, and that's this. We have high-performing schools that are led by high-performing administrators that have ambitious and visionary school improvement programs, and unfortunately, we have low-performing schools, and if you wonder why they're low performing, just look at the school improvement plans proposed by the administrators that leave those schools, and you'll understand why we have a handful of chronic low performing schools. As Napoleon said, there are no bad regiments, there's only bad colonels, and just take a look at the school improvement programs and I think you'll see Napoleon's right. So I just summarized what was going to be the second topic, so let's move on to the third topic. And that is, I just saved everybody a whole lot of time there, but
I thought you were going to talk about Napoleon and short people.
Yeah, no. Hey, don't bring Warnoff into this. But while you were talking about changing state laws, let's talk about the school calendar and how the vacation lobby and the senator pro tem, or the president of the North Carolina Senate, has been really screwing over all parents and students in North Carolina, and we aim to change that.
Well, yes, and indeed. To explain what's going on here is that the tourist industry in North Carolina, and when I'm talking about the tourist industry, oddly enough, I'm not talking about the golfing industry here in the Sandhills. I'm really talking about those people on the coast who live from Memorial Day to Labor Day in terms of their season, and those people in the mountains who also live from Memorial Day to Labor Day for their tourist season. They don't want us to start school until very, very, very late August or around Labor Day, and that is in order to maximize their revenue.
Yeah, get a few more vacation rentals, and that's supposed to trump the education of our children. I'm sorry, as a school board member, I'm not going to let that happen.
But what really happens in the real world is that the kids can't finish their first semester before Christmas. So what do they have? Well, kids, you're going to go home, but by the way, here are your books. Get ready to study for your exams for January.
Instead of being able to, get their final papers done, their final exam, their end of grade test done before the Christmas break or the holiday break, and then where they can then set their pencils down, drop their backpack, and enjoy the holidays. Instead, their final exams, their term papers, their end of grades are pushed to after the Christmas holiday, so they don't get to drop their pack and enjoy the holiday. And as Senator Tom McInnes will point out, by the way, Tom McInnes began his political career as a school board member down in Anson County. As he'll point out, that 2-week gap over Christmas results in a 3 to 5 point drop in end of grade tests.
Yeah, because what if two things happens? Either we absolutely ruin the Christmas vacation for some students, and for other students, they actually don't do the work because they're enjoying the Christmas vacation. Either way, we're harming the students.
And here's how bad it is. Every single state in the country, every public school in every state in the country except North Carolina has their first semester in before the Christmas break. Every single state in the country. North Carolina stands alone. But then if you look within North Carolina, every college, every community college, every single private school, they end their calendar before the Christmas break. The only people on the planet, and this is Senator Phil Berger's fault and the fault of the vacation lobby, only the North Carolina public schools has their first semester in after the Christmas break. And what we're going to do is we're going to start a movement. We are going to write a letter to the governor, the Speaker of the House, the President of the Senate, and the Superintendent of Public Instruction. Right. Well, it hasn't been sent yet. We've got a draft. Has it?
It was sent, yes.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't think it was strong enough. But anyway, we sent a letter to them demanding that this happen, and we're going to write an editorial that we're going to send to newspapers across the country, because I am hopeful. This is not a right issue. This is not a right versus left. This is not a him versus she. We all need to unite. We need to unite the newspapers. We need to unite the media. We need to unite parents. Every single person in North Carolina needs to stand up, whether you're Republican, Democrat, left, right, black, white, yellow, it does not matter. Everybody needs to join us in fixing this horrible thing that one man in this state, because of money he receives from a lobby, it is negatively affecting the education of our children, and we should not stand for that.
Well, it even gets worse, because what happens, since our school system doesn't comport to the college system, what happens is we have a lot of kids who will graduate in the winter of their senior year. Okay, if they graduate in December, then they can go directly to college with the January semester, which begins in college. If they don't, then and they have to do their final exams in January, they miss the beginning of their college for the winter semester of college. So they're losing an entire semester and then can't go to school, at least in college, until either June for the summer semester or in the following fall for the fall semester. And what oftentimes happens, especially there are a lot of kids who we may lose them to college entirely because for 6 months they're not attending school. And one of the hard things about school is if you're not into school and you get away from school, you tend not to really want to go back that much.
So this shows the fact that one man and one lobby can negatively affect the education of every student, every public school student in North Carolina. Shows the horrible effects of lobbyists and the corruption that occurs in Raleigh. Anyway, we've only got a minute left. Holidays coming up. Is that right? A minute left?
Yeah, about 40 seconds.
Yeah, okay. Well, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year's. Apparently, we're not going to be here the rest of the week. I proposed Steve Adams is shutting down there will be
I'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah, okay. After tomorrow, there'll be no local programming, so there'll be no Hensley Report. I know that breaks everyone's heart. I proposed a 24/7 marathon with me, Steve, JD, Jeff, and Steve, and we just do a 24/7 marathon, but that idea got shot down, so I want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Yeah, your wife called and said she wanted you home for the holidays.
Actually, quite the opposite. She'd want me here doing a marathon.
And I want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a Happy Hanukkah, and whatever holiday you celebrate, peace on earth, goodwill to everyone.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
All right, and so it goes for this Tuesday. Have yourself a great, safe day. We'll see you back bright and early tomorrow, 7 to 9, for a Hump Day Wednesday. Until then, be sure to support the advertisers you hear on WEEB. They're the core of our local economic survival. Keep them humping along so that they can pump that money right back into our economy. And guess what, folks? We don't have to go through a recession here. We can be our own solution. Shop local. And you advertisers out there, businesses that need help joining the rest of the economic crowd, well, hey, call us here and we'll get you a package together that will produce results for you 24/7, 365. All right, we'll see you at the dog park this afternoon at 2.
When I come So in order to expose the lies and bring forward the truth, House Republicans are going to do a full court press oversight. Myself, Matt Gaetz, Jim Jordan, Chairman Comer, we're going to make the truth known for you, the people. So in order to expose the lies and bring forward the truth,
One of the accusers said the verdict is important even if Weinstein wins his appeal against his New York conviction in 2023.
Even if the New York conviction remains intact, the women whom Harvey Weinstein victimized in Southern California deserved to have their day in court.
For the counts he was convicted, Weinstein could see up to 18 years in prison, but aggravating factors could raise that to 24 years. Jurors will return to court on Tuesday to weigh arguments on both sides.
一种集成功能的一个设计，其实可以用到很多方面，比如说生物医疗啊，或者是危险作业呀。像你这样一个小小的机器人，定向局部安排到你身体的某一个部位，去帮你排除身体的一些疾病啊，或者是什么，这些都是我们想要去可能就是为大家提供的一个思路。其实我们制备这样一个轻量化的、微型化的一个机器人，它这样一种集成功能的一个设计，其实可以用到很多方面，比如说生物医疗啊，或者是危险作业呀。像你这样一个小小的机器人，定向局部安排到你身体的某一个部位，去帮你排除身体的一些疾病啊，或者是什么，这些都是我们想要去可能就是为大家提供的一个思路。
I think the hardest part of using a paint sprayer is actually thinning the paint. Now, I love that Paint Zoom comes with a little tiny funnel that you can pour the paint in and time the length it takes for the paint to go through that funnel. If it takes between 45 seconds and 1 minute, the paint is thin enough to go into the paint sprayer. This took me a couple of times because I wanted to mix in a little bit of water, a little bit of Floetrol. What that does is it creates the good consistency in your paint so that when it's sprayed out, and even if there's little dots or uneven spraying, that paint will eventually kind of meld into each other and create that smooth finish. So it is imperative that you get the thinned paint perfectly perfect before you put it in your paint sprayer. Watch as I get it perfect and then I'm spraying this door. Can you see the paint kind of coming out? It looks like it's kind of coming out in a thick, chunky mess, but bottom line, it's coming out in the perfect consistency, and even though you might have a few little bumps and bubbles, it will smooth out because the thinness of the paint enables that to kind of relax after it's been sprayed on, and it does create a really smooth finish. So don't get freaked out if you feel like it's too thick or it's too bubbly. Watch it for a few minutes and see if it doesn't turn into the perfect finish.
No more messy paint brushes. Introducing Paint Zoom 3000 Paint Sprayer. Watch how I paint this old canvas paint in less than 10 minutes. Perfect coverage every time.
Here's how to clean your Paint Zoom paint sprayer after finishing a job. First, turn off the motor base, then trigger the spray gun so that the material inside flows back into the container. Then just unscrew, returning any excess paint back to your paint container. Depending on the kind of paint that you use, you will either use mineral spirits to clean if it was oil-based, or in my case, soapy water took care of my latex paint. I just filled it partially with water and soap, reattached it to the nozzle, and then headed outside where I turned on the motor and ran the gun until the water came out clear. About 20 to 30 seconds was all it took. Then it was back inside where I removed the nozzle and the spray pattern dial so that I could clean the inside with warm soapy water. You can use a brush for this part or really to clean any of your paint sprayer. Just don't use anything metal that can damage it. Next, I removed the suction tubes so that I could clean the inside and outside. Really just a good rinse is great. It's really important to try and clean your paint sprayer as soon as a project is done so that the paint doesn't dry. It just makes your life a lot easier. Once you have everything clean, you can reassemble the Paint Zoom paint sprayer in the same way that you disassembled it. Of course, you can wait until all of your pieces are dry to reassemble it, but for the purpose of this video, I went ahead and put it back together when it was still wet. Overall, this Paint Zoom paint sprayer was really simple, easy, and effective to use, and it's going to be my new go-to for any kind of paint project.
Okay, so this is the Paint Zoom 3000. As you can see, it has a little shoulder strap, and it's nice little handheld unit that holds about a quart of paint. So what I'm gonna do is I've prepared the surface over here. I've taped off everything, and because we're replacing the flooring, I'm not worried about it getting on the floor. I am going to knock out the walls and the doors all at once. And I am so excited that I don't have to roll all of this area. And again, this is just the primer. I've picked out a really pretty white for the walls, which I will show you next.
So here I've got the Paint Zoom Platinum. It is awesome. It's got a simple one-touch operation right here. I love that. It's got a 5-foot reinforced flexible spray hose with quick connectors. It's got a powerful little motor on here, 950 watt on the Platinum, 700 watts on the base model. Got these Paint Zoom containers. Check that out. There's an awesome paint flow adjuster right here. The adjustable brass nozzle. You move that whichever way you want the paint to go. Commercial grade housings all over this, so there's going to be nothing leaking. Carrying strap right here, so while you're painting around, you can tote it. Also, gave you a paint viscosity cup so you can check that your paints can go through the Paint Zoom. And then we also have these awesome paint strainers so nothing gross gets into our Paint Zoom. Find out how we painted this DIY scooter project using our very own Paint Zoom 3000. So far for this, just this side, the coat has been awesome. This is going on really easy. I'm loving the Paint Zoom so far. I love how it turned out. It was super fast to paint using our Paint Zoom. Thank you, Paint Zoom.
All right, today we are going to look at the Paint Zoom. I purchased this off of Amazon. I think it's always good to kind of see a product. Sometimes you read the description and you don't really understand exactly what it is that you're getting. I'm going to use this product later on, but before I even do, I thought maybe let me just show you what I got in the box. So it's pretty simple. I read the instruction manual, very, very easy to follow. It's almost dummy proof. Some of the things I noticed about this product, you get, of course, the motor, the Paint Zoom itself, a nice little strap system here that you could clip on. Why that's important is that you can kind of just wear this. I think some of the other spray painters had these long hoses and you had to connect it to your bucket of paint and you're going up and down the ladder and it just was really cumbersome. So they kind of came up with a much better idea of putting this on a strap. The other thing that they came up with the idea, of course, the strap, you've got to put it into a container. It was included with 3 containers. And what's nice about that is that you actually get a little lid for every container. So if you are going to anticipate having to paint the project again, do touch-up work, I'm painting the dock and it gets dinged a lot, I think it's going to be pretty easy because I could just simply close the container and just go for it and keep it for a year or 2 before I do it again, possibly. A couple other things that you get, of course, the hose, super easy to work with. You just stick it in. It's almost like a vacuum, right? You just stick it into the groove here and then twist it, and then this goes into the sprayer itself. This is very much like a vacuum cleaner. One thing I noticed that if you're doing this in the instructions, and I think it makes a lot of sense, you've got the little knob here. Make sure, like, if you're pointing it down, you want the knob to point forward, and if you're going up, obviously you would just twist this here, and then the knob would go backwards, if you could see that. Couple features with the sprayer itself. Again, it's really pretty simple, but you've got this adjuster here. So why this is important is if you want to spray vertically, you adjust it one way. If you want to do horizontally, you do the other, and then you kind of do it to the side if you're going to do more of a circular motion. The only really other adjustment that you need to look at is this little brass pin on the bottom. They say start all the way closed and then just simply, pull a little bit and then give it a test. See, hey, is that enough pressure? The more you adjust this back, obviously the more pressure you're giving. So you don't want to waste paint, you don't want to waste stain. Simply just give it a try, and then if you're not satisfied with the results, give it a little bit more later on. Just a couple of other little things. Nice little cones here. I don't know how many, maybe 6 or so, or maybe even more, so that when you're pouring the paint into the container, you're not making a mess. This is a nice little idea that they thought of that. And then the last thing is this thing here, which took me a minute to read about, but it's really actually pretty simple. And they're calling this something that's really pretty simple. They're calling this the viscosity.
I wanted to completely make over my backyard, but that gets expensive quick. The Paint Zoom was really simple. It's lightweight, it's easy to use, and there really wasn't an angle or a crevice that it couldn't handle. I think the Paint Zoom saved me money in 2 ways. One, it took so much less time than normal, and the other way is that I just used less paint because I didn't have to go back over spots that I missed with the roller or the brush. Simple, quick, and affordable. Get your Paint Zoom today.
Today I'm going to be sharing with you how easy it is to use my new Paint Zoom paint sprayer. I'm going to be making a quick and easy garden planter using a palette. The first thing I did was measured out some wood to fill in the bottom of all 3 rows where I'm going to be planting my vegetables. Once I had everything cut, I screwed it in place and got ready to paint. I used a funnel to try not to make too much of a mess when I poured my paint, filled it all up, then I just popped the top on and screwed the cap on securely. I used the handy adjustable strap to wear it on my shoulder so that I could remain completely hands-free. I could not believe how easy this was to assemble and to use. It sprayed so evenly. It only took one coat to completely get the desired look that I wanted, and we were all ready to move on to the next step. So now that it's painted beautifully, we're going to put our cocoa liners in each of the slots where we will be planting our 6 different vegetables.
Okay, so I filled up my paint zoom with the latex paint here, and I'm going to be starting my project. But first, before I figure out, start painting and stuff like that, they suggest to use a piece of cardboard just to figure out if, with the paint density, the volume coming out, if that's appropriate for what your project is. I have a little project here where I'm painting chairs. This is going to be the first one I'm doing. They're just basic, like little chairs that I have throughout the house that we use, if there's, extra guests that come over and we're all around and about, they just break out, so instead of just being plain wood, we're gonna, funkify them with some nice color and make them little accents inside, inside the room. But again, first, let me figure out with the Paint Zoom, was it 3000? Yeah, this is the 950 watt motor one, so this one's a little bit heavier duty than the base model, which is 700 watt. So I already preset it to the angle one, which should give you like a circular spray pattern, good for small things and getting in the corners of stuff. So again, this chair has little like little angles and stuff like that. I have it upside down because I'm going to do the bottom first. But again, let's get to the cardboard. And let's turn this baby on and see what can be done. Here we go. Nice. So yeah, that's the paint. It's good to go. I'm excited. I used the that first, and I'm going to start my project. Pretty excited. Here we go.
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mostly cloudy overnight. Mostly cloudy skies expected overnight and a low of 33 by daybreak. Then for Wednesday, partly cloudy. We'll see some sunshine finally. Look for a high of 46. Wednesday night, though, we cloud right back up. We'll see some rain, about 60% chance of it. Look for a low of 40. And then for Thursday, mostly cloudy with rain and a high of 54. That's way too loud. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Overnight tonight, skies will be mostly cloudy as we dive down for a low of 33 degrees. Then for Wednesday, partly cloudy. We'll finally see a little sunshine. Look for a high of 46. But that sunshine goes away on Thursday. The Wednesday night, we're looking for mostly cloudy with rain, a low of 40. And Thursday, mostly cloudy, more rain, a high of 54. Thursday night, cloudy, scattered showers, 49. Friday, partly cloudy with a high of 49. I'm Steve Leader Adams in the Weather Center. Mostly cloudy skies continue overnight as we head for a low of 33 degrees. Then for Wednesday, we'll see some sunshine finally. Partly cloudy. Look for God. Damn it! God damn it! Get off my goddamn phone! I'm trying to get something done. I can't because of all the spammers calling my ass. Mostly cloudy overnight, 33 for our low. Then for Wednesday, we'll see that clouds start to break up. We'll see some sunshine with a high of 43. Mostly cloudy skies overnight as we head for a low of 33 degrees. Then for Wednesday, partly cloudy. We'll see a little sunshine. Look for a high of only 46. Wednesday night, clouds return, and they have rain in it this time. Rain in it. Mostly cloudy skies overnight. We're used to the clouds. Look for a low of 33. We'll see a little sunshine on Wednesday under partly cloudy skies. Look for a high of 46. Wednesday night, rain returns with clouds. Look for a low of 40. Then for Thursday, look for mostly cloudy skies, more rain, 54 for your high. Thursday night, partly cloudy, scattered showers, 49. And Friday, partly cloudy, 49. I'm Steve Leader Adams in the Weather Center. Good boy. That's it. That's it. Who is it so quick since they won't get into my hip pocket?
when they realized he was putting together this memo that was going to expose what they did at the FISA court, what they did with the dossier, what they did on spying on President Trump's campaign, and that's when they went in and spied on his staff. So the timing, I think, is hugely significant. So this just adds more reason why we have to investigate the DOJ, why we have to find out every fact, every truth, and get it to the American people, because they've become so political and they're operating in a political fashion. You couple this with what we learned from the Twitter files, what we already knew about the 14 whistleblowers who come talk to us from the FBI. It just underscores how bad that place is and why they need investigated.
Congressman Jordan, we said before the break before this that we were just so excited that the House went Republican. And one of those reasons is to get you re-empowered as a committee chair to investigate this kind of information. And we look at this, the subpoenas that were obtained by Just the News, Sean's friends over there and our friends at Just the News, show that the DOJ went to Google and said, turn over personal email, personal phone data from senior staffers. And this again, it should send a shockwave through the American people that we're seeing again, yet another example of the tech industry working in line with, like they are subsidiary of our federal law enforcement.
Yeah, they ran an information operation. If you look back in 2020 and focus on just the Hunter Biden story, they ran a misinformation operation on We the People. You know, remember those 51 former intel officials sent that letter saying, the Hunter Biden story has all the earmarks, classic earmarks of a Russian information operation. Well, the truth is they, big tech, big government, big media, ran an misinformation operation on the American people, on We the People, on the citizens, literally weeks before the most important election we have, election for President of the United States. That is what is so frightening, what is so egregious, what is such a violation of the First Amendment. Again, underscoring why we have to do everything we can to get the truth to the country, because you can't stop this stuff if you first don't fully expose it. And that's what we're committed to doing.
You know, the only reason, Congressman, that we know this happened was that Google had a policy that when they had a request or subpoena for documents of a customer, in this case, the two staffers with the Congressman Nunes, that they wait 5 years. So this was in 2017 before they let the customer know, hey, by the way, I mean, can you imagine this? By the way, 5 years ago, your documents were requested by the United States Department of Justice in a criminal probe by Special Counsel Robert Mueller. I mean, it's mind-boggling, but that's the way it's set up. But the timing, and believe me, and you know this, I know the timing because I lived it, and Jordan and I worked that case from beginning to end. The fact of the matter is, the thing that I'm concerned about is the Department of Justice thinking they can react to oversight by going after members of Congress or their staffs, I mean, especially a lawyer and an investigator, and thinking they could have basically a free-for-all and do what they want. And if you remember, Rod Rosenstein in a meeting shortly as this was going on made the statement that he was going to, if this happens, if Congress continued this investigation, there's going to be an investigation of Congress. And lo and behold, Congressman, he did it.
They did it. I'm wondering, you know, there was one news account I think it talked about this. I'm wondering, did Paul Ryan know about this? Did the speaker then know about this? Because there was always, when you go clear back to, I think, when William Jefferson had the cash, that they're supposed to at least inform the Speaker of the House if they're doing something relative to a separate and equal branch of government, i.e. the legislative branch. Did he know? And because, I mean, I don't know that, but this is wrong regardless of whether they told him or not. This is as wrong as it gets. And I don't know if it was done for retribution, if it was done to find out what Devin was going to release in the memo, or probably both. I mean, it could have been both reasons. But any or all of those reasons are wrong. It should have never happened.
Congressman Jordan, what can we do about this now? When you come back in January and you are in the majority and the chairman of a committee, what can you do about this now? I mean, whether it's the origins of COVID, whether it's these breaking stories that we're just learning about with the DOJ subpoenaing this information from Google on independent staffers, what can Congress and the House Republicans do?
Well, the big thing you have is you have the ability to compel people to come testify. So we've sent countless letters. We've asked to preserve documents. We've asked to preserve information. We've asked people to come in and talk. We basically get we're not coming. We get nothing from people. But in the majority, you have greater ability to get them there because you can subpoena folks, and some people you will subpoena aren't people in government, so it's a real good chance that you get those. On the Fauci COVID issue and the origin issue of that and all the things that I think they told us that weren't accurate, we really want to start with these 11 virologists who were on that initial phone call, that conference call that Fauci and Collins have on February 1st, 2020, when I think they got these virologists on the call and got everyone to get their story straight. Get their story straight on where this thing started, get their story straight on telling people it wasn't gain of function when we know it was, or it sure looks like it was. So those are the people we want to start with on that investigation, those 11 people. And then, of course, on the DOJ, you want to start with Elvis Chan. You want to start with Tim Thibault, this guy who's left the FBI, who was both a whistleblower that went to Senator Grassley, said Thibault was one of the guys at the FBI involved in suppressing the Hunter Biden story. We had a different whistleblower come talk to our office and tell us Timothy Thibault is involved in just the overall political nature of the Washington field office. So we want to start with that guy on the political nature of the Justice Department investigation.
Talking about investigations that became political, and that's the January 6th committee issued their report yesterday. I've said this before. I'm going to say it again, and this is my view on this. What happened on January 6th obviously was horrific, but the Department of Justice, if they're pursuing a crime, can't base it on hearsay. And the committee's acknowledged this, and lawyers even on the left have said, it's got to be admissible evidence. But your sense of this report, which was, I don't think anything was earth-shaking in here. They made these criminal referrals. Again, the Department of Justice is going to do what they're going to do. But your sense of this January 6th report?
Total political endeavor. First time in American history you had a committee where there was no cross-examination ability because there was no one allowed on with an opposing point of view. All 9 people were voted to impeach President Trump. The first time in American history, the minority leader was not allowed to place on a select committee the individuals he or she had selected. Never happened in the history of our country. So,
right.
We caught these folks in so many lies. I caught them in 2 lies about. We'll just give you one quick example of how they misrepresented things, how they lied to the American people. They played a video clip of me in a hearing once where they showed a clip. I was doing an interview on Fox or something, and I said January 6th is the ultimate date of significance in a presidential contest. And what they failed to include was the very sentence before that where I said the late Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg said January 6th is the ultimate date of significance in a presidential contest. That sort of changes its meaning. So that was just one of the lies we caught them in, and we didn't get to be a part of it. We didn't get to sit in on the depositions, cross-examine witnesses, see the transcripts, and we caught them in, I think, 8 different lies that we counted. So imagine how many other things they told us that wasn't true because we never got to see the evidence that they got to see, for goodness sake. So this is how bad it is. They've been out to get President Trump from the get-go. It's now been 7 years running where they've been after this guy, and they go after him because he fought for us. He shook up that town. He was one of the best presidents we've ever had, certainly the one who did more of what he said he would do than any president in my lifetime. And that's why I'm so hopeful he's gonna win this next one in 2024.
When we hear what Congressman Jordan said, though, it reminds me during the impeachment trial, during Mueller, the shift show. Yes. There was always, they play half the clip. They play. They show
caught him every
they show
time,
you
Congressman.
half the email. They show you a quarter of the speech and no context, and you can make anything sound like anything you want. And that we caught that with the shift staffers over and over and over again. But they do it without embarrassment.
No, they do.
Yeah.
They do. But, Congressman, we're thrilled that you are now going to be the incoming chairman of the Judiciary Committee. It's important for the ACLJ. It's important for our country. Thanks for being with us on Sean's broadcast, and have a Merry Christmas and a good New Year. We'll talk to you soon. Look forward to working with you.
All right. Thanks, guys. God bless.
On Hannity, I tell you, that was a fascinating interview because this is the guy.
He's been through it.
He's been through it. He's going to be controlling it. As the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, it's a big, big position. And I'm going to tell you, I'm encouraged that Jim Jordan is going to be leading that committee. The Republicans won by a little, but a little is all it took to switch the control of that house, that chamber of the Congress, so that's great. All right, we've got a lot more ahead. Our friend Rick Grinnell, who's also our senior advisor for international issues as well as national security. We've got a lot to ask him. He's going to be joining us. A lot more ahead on Hannity. Check us out at Jay Sekulow, at Jordan Sekulow, and, of course, ACLJ.org. The American Center for Law and Justice, ACLJ.org. Back with more Hannity in just a moment.
3 hours a day is all we ask on the Sean Hannity Show.
So please join us, but just don't be late.
Sean Hannity is on.
MyPillow finally has their original My Slippers back in stock. Last time you made them the #1 selling MyPillow product, and I have a feeling you're going to want to stock up again. The My Slippers now come in a ton of additional sizes and all new colors. Enter the promo code Hannity at MyPillow.com. You're going to save $90 a pair. That's only $49.98 per pair. My Slippers have an exclusive 4-layer design that you won't find in any other slipper. Now, the patented layers make these slippers ultra comfortable, extremely durable. Now, MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day unconditional money-back guarantee. Just go to MyPillow.com, click on the Sean Hannity square, save $90 on the original My Slippers. That's only $49.98 a pair. And while you're there, check out other products with deep discounts as well. From pillows to sheets to slippers, they have it all. Just go to MyPillow.com, enter the promo code Hannity, or call 800-919-6090 for this incredible offer. They won't last long. Order now. Hey, do you want to improve your shooting? Of course you do. Now, you're going to love Mantis X. Now, they have improved my shooting dramatically. It is a must-have for every responsible gun owner. Now, the Mantis X is a high-tech but simple-to-use system used extensively, by the way, by the military, and it improves your shooting quickly and will give you the confidence in your ability to protect what you love. Now, here's how it works. You attach the Mantis X to your firearm. You connect with an app on your smartphone or tablet or Bluetooth. It gives instant feedback on what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, and how to correct your technique. Now, the Mantis X is like a firearms instructor right in your pocket, and 94% of shooters improve within 20 minutes using Mantis X. And Mantis X is the best way to train at home. No driving to the range, no spending money on range fees and ammo. You're going to save a ton of money and improve your shooting. So start improving today. Just go to MantisX.com. That's MantisX.com.
Did you know 80% of Americans think pre-planned funeral arrangements are a good idea? At Pines Funerals, we encourage our community to have a plan in place to take care of those you love so that your final wishes are observed. Call 910-947-2224 or visit us at pinesfunerals.com today to request free planning information and see why more families prefer Pines. Pines Funerals, in association with Fry and Prickett, Kennedy, and Powell Funeral Homes, serving Carthage, Robbins, Southern Pines, and surrounding communities.
Carolina Power and Generators would like to remind you that winter is on its way, and with it comes freezing temperatures, snow and ice, and winter power outages. Don't be left in the dark this winter. Power up today with a whole home standby generator from the generator guys at Carolina Power and Generators. Right now, get 0% financing for up to 18 months for qualified customers. Call 910-241-4677 or visit GeneracNC.com and power up with Carolina Power and Generators.
You have family in town for the holidays. The house is clean, and yes, Cousin Eddie showed up. You want to watch football, and everyone else wants to watch the Hallmark Channel. Come to Rodino's, where you can watch football to your heart's content. Catch all of the college bowl games while you enjoy your favorite beverage and that fantastic Rodino's food. Check their website for daily specials. That's Rodino's on Pinehurst Avenue in Southern Pines.
Hello, North Carolina. Dick Heller here. You might recognize that name from the Supreme Court case D.C. v. Heller. I'm not moving to North Carolina yet because if I did, I couldn't keep suing Washington, D.C. But if I was to move, the first thing I would do is get my concealed carry permit, and I'd take my class from beararms.com. I've worked with them in the past. I expect to work with them again soon, and I hope you would too.
Thanks, Dick. Steve Bozick here. Classes are filling up fast. Go to BAREARMS.com to reserve your seat today.
Is it finally time to upgrade that aging PC? Visit veteran-owned Silver Knight PCs. Bring in any old PC component to trade in for credit towards the purchase of a new component. Is doing it yourself too hard? Purchase any new pre-built computer from Silver Knight PCs and a 3-year warranty is included. They also offer diagnostic and repair for any PC or Mac. Contact Silver Knight PCs at 910-500-0015 or online at silverknightpcs.com. eastwoodoutfitters.com for all your computer needs. Eastwood Outfitters offers specialty firearms for elite marksmen and a lot more while delivering a personalized experience for everyone. Eastwood Outfitters is the only dealer in the area offering a wide selection of high-end inventory from Night Force, Zero Compromise, and more. Visit our Facebook and Instagram pages now through Christmas Eve for extra savings and specials. Open Tuesday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. and Christmas Eve, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Eastwood Outfitters at the corner of NC Highway 73 and 15501, right next to the Bee's Knees Antiques and Thrift.
Sleep all day, out all night.
Hey, welcome back to Hannity. By the way, good drummer in that tune. I have to say, I'm kidding, but I'm not kidding, really. It was a great tune by our band. I appreciate Linda getting all that together for us and our folks that got some of that up. And I appreciate you playing it. It's Jay Secular Band on Facebook. You can go there and check us out. I have a Christmas CD out as well that you can, not CDs, what do they, I guess, stream.
Yeah, you stream it.
Wherever you get your streaming. All right, we've got our friend Rick Rennell, our colleague, Rick Rennell coming up. But if you're just joining us, we had a little bit of breaking news here, and that is
That's right.
President Zelensky arriving in the United States late tonight or tomorrow morning.
Yep, he's going to be, I don't know if it's addressing Congress or meeting members of Congress. We now know from the White House he's going to be meeting with President Biden. But as we talked to Congressman Jordan, he had just found out about the news just like we did. So there was not broad notice given to members of Congress, even those in leadership kind of positions. But I think what we heard from Congressman Jordan was the pressure. I think this is a pressure move.
The financial
on
pressure.
the omnibus bill, $40 billion to send to Ukraine in a war that doesn't seem like it has an endpoint yet.
Doesn't seem like there's an endpoint. It seems like there's an impasse. There's been some people have tried to broker some type of resolution to this, which would be, I think, great for everybody. The Europeans, who are most at risk with this expansion and this conflict, need to, in my view, step up to the plate. We're not saying that we should not be helping Ukrainians. I think they've been under siege. But the fact of the matter is Europe plays a decisive role here because the heating oil that they need and the grain that they need from Ukraine is imperiled. And it's imperiled because of Russian aggression, and we understand that. But the Europeans need to be carrying their fair share of all of this.
Yeah, as Linda wrote, and I mean, so $45 billion to Ukraine in this new budget. Zelensky's now in the United States for the pressure campaign.
Right.
That, that's what this is, folks.
Of course.
What about Afghanistan?
And our people
behind.
there.
Leave them behind. But we're going to do this. This is pretty unprecedented. A country at war to have their leader show up on our soil to pressure us into sending more money like we haven't been already doing that.
Yeah, and it's not like the United States hasn't been supportive. All right, we're going to be joined coming up by our friend Rick Rennell. We got a lot to talk about, including we'll throw in Ukraine as well, now that is a breaking news item. But again, Supreme Court, Title 42, stayed temporarily. More Hannity when we come back.
All right, are you tired of overpaying woke wireless companies? How about this? You get talk and text and blazing fast data for just $30 a month. Yep, on the same exact network, the same cell towers, the same 5G network as the big carriers like Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. And how's that for saying half the price, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy New Year, Hallelujah. You can save money, especially in these tough economic times. Look, that's what Pure Talk is all about. It's a U.S.-based customer service team you'll be working with. There is no better service in the industry, and it's a veteran-owned business. It's simple to make the switch. Just dial pound 250 on your cell, say the keyword Save Now. If you do it now, you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Same exact service. Average family saving close to $1,000 a year. Some families saving much, much more. Pound 250, keyword Save Now from our friends at Pure Talk, and it will only take minutes of your time.
Jared Kirk and Amy McBride of the First Casualty Insurance Group in Southern Pines talk about the benefits of being an FCIG customer.
Our agency has been in business since 1984. We are an independent agency, which means that we have numerous carriers. Having multiple carriers benefits our customers because it offers them more options for their coverage and price.
One of the most asked questions we get from our clients is how much do they need to insure their home for? Many clients think they should insure their home based on tax value or what they could sell their home for. Neither is correct.
Insurance carriers want to insure your home for the replacement value. Replacement value is what it would take to rebuild your home back to its current state in the event of a complete loss.
First Casualty Insurance Group of Southern Pines. Call them today at 910-692-8303 or find them on the web at fcignc.com.
I'm Congressman Dan Bishop. Election integrity and voter ID. They're on everyone's mind these days. What's President Joe Biden say about these policies?
At least 11 states have introduced legislation recently requiring voters to show ID at the polls, like in North Carolina, which imposed a photo ID requirement. These guys never go away. For me, at least, you guys know, but it's an important lesson for me. Hatred never ultimately goes away.
Respectfully, President Biden, policies requiring photo ID are about election integrity. I believe equating voter ID policies to racism is dishonest and disrespectful. I'm Dan Bishop. That's why I support the Combat Voter Fraud Act and oppose Biden and Speaker Pelosi passing the John Lewis Act voter ID ban in the lame duck session. Paid for by official funds authorized by the House of Representatives.
John Cole's Plumbing Professionals has been voted Best Plumbing Company in the 2022 Best of the Pines competition, making them the area's best plumber for the 4th year in a row. And they'd like to sincerely thank each and every person who voted. They'd also like to renew the promise of exceptional customer service, quality workmanship at a fair, on-the-level price. That's the winning formula at John Cole's Plumbing Professionals.
John Cole's Plumbing Professionals.
The U.S. Department of Energy has announced beginning January 1st, SEER 14 HVAC systems can no longer be sold. Though there is nothing wrong with the SEER 14 systems, the Energy Department wants HVAC systems to be more efficient. So, all of Carolina Air's brand new SEER 14 units must go. Carolina Air is slashing prices to get them out the door, and that's great for you. Since the U.S. Department of Energy says all SEER 14 systems must be sold before January 1st, give Carolina Air a call today or visit carolinair.com for a free estimate.
Business owners, don't miss out on year-end tax savings. Wilkinson Chevrolet Buick GMC in Sanford has a good selection of Sierra and Silverado 2500 HDs and 1500s in stock. It's been years since you've been able to drive home in your new vehicle the same day, and now you can. But hurry, you only have until December 31st to get one of these new Sierra or Silverados. So call Wilkinson Chevrolet Buick GMC today at 919-775-3421 or online at wilkinsoncars.com.
American Water Treatment has grateful customers, and this is one of them, Allison Burlingame in Southern Pines. Allison, what was the problem that caused you to call American Water Treatment?
After a water analysis purchasing our farm, they were able to give me an economical and corrective solution to adjusting the water quality at my home.
So how did that work out?
Great. The water quality in my home is better than the bottled water from the store. My laundry is cleaner, my skin and hair is softer. I've even become a bit of a water snob because I prefer to bottle my own water at home, which saves me time and money. I would not hesitate to recommend American Water Treatment to anyone who has issues with their water.
Call American Water Treatment at 910-944-3140 and ask for the Water Guys, or check the yellow pages under water. 910-944-3140.
Mostly cloudy skies overnight. We are used to the clouds. Look for a low of 33. We'll see a little sunshine on Wednesday under partly cloudy skies. Look for a high of 46. Wednesday night, rain returns with clouds. Look for a low of 40. Then for Thursday, look for mostly cloudy skies, more rain, 54 for your high. Thursday night, partly cloudy, scattered showers, 49, and Friday, partly cloudy, 49. I'm Steve Leader Adams in the Weather Center.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
Hannity, less big government. This is the Sean Hannity Show.
Welcome back to Hannity. This is Jordan Seculo from the American Center for Law and Justice. Been hosting Sean's show today with my dad, Jay Seculo, our chief counsel at the ACLJ, and another team member at the ACLJ joining us now. Rick Rennell, former acting director of national intelligence and ambassador to Germany, is joining us now. He's the ACLJ's senior advisor for national security and foreign policy. Rick, we've had this breaking news develop while we've been on air on Sean's broadcast about Zelensky making a trip to the United States as we speak to at least meet with President Biden. There's been some conflicting news here. There's also been news about meeting with Congress. I don't know about addressing Congress. We also know there's $40 million at stake for Ukraine in the omnibus spending bill. What's your reaction to the Ukrainian leader heading to the U.S.?
Well, look, first of all, let's be clear. Zelensky's no dummy to come the week of Christmas, the week of Hanukkah, to try to ask for these big presents. And Americans and American legislators, our representatives, need to understand that we must demand first that Europe pay their fair share. We are teaching Europe to sit back and do very little when the Americans rush in and try to lead on these issues, when the reality is this is a European issue. It's in their yard. It's right in the Germans' region. The Germans are the largest economy in all of Europe, and they must do more. Why is it that we have to immediately come to the Americans? The American people have been incredibly generous. We have been at the forefront. But the reality is that this Biden administration has already overpaid for Ukrainian funding when our border is suffering, when our people need programs. This is a true outrage, and any legislator who is voting on this in the lame duck should be barred from voting. This is future spending. This is spending that should not be voted on when we've already had elections, and we should hold the people to account who are already elected and waiting to be sworn in just a week or so.
You know, Rick, I said something very similar earlier on the broadcast, and that was, you know, the United States has been very generous with Ukraine. We've done a lot of work in that region at the American Center for Law and Justice and our global affiliates. But the truth of the matter is, I mean, I handled a whole impeachment about Ukraine. But the truth of the matter is the Europeans are the ones directly in harm's way. And I mean harm's way. I'm not talking about that the war is going to spill over into more of Eastern Europe, although who knows. But the fact of the economic impact, whether it's grain, whether it's heating oil, the Europeans are, you know, winter is here now. It's about to get very cold through a lot of the country in the United States, same thing in Europe. And it is time for them to carry their weight of this. And like I said, the American taxpayers has got a problem on our own border. And Title 42, as I mentioned earlier in broadcast, has been allowed to stay in place per an order from John Roberts, the Chief Justice of the United States, but it is temporary. When we're finished in the next few minutes on this broadcast, you're going to see that the Supreme Court could refer this to the entire all 9 justices. John Roberts could lift the stay. He could leave it in place. I've handled dozens of these stays at the Supreme Court. I've had them last a couple of hours. I've had them last 4 months. But when you look at the border, and you were the director of national intelligence, so you know what was going on the border, and it's certainly not gotten any better since you've been inside of government, this is a national security issue for the United States.
Well, there's no question about it. When you look at who is coming through the southern border, it's not just immigrants from Mexico. It's not just immigrants from Latin America. It is now proven that these are immigrants from around the world. The word is out. You want to get into the United States, you fly into Mexico City, and you make your way up, and there is an open border, and it's outrageous. We must stop paying and asking the American taxpayer to pay for all of these crises around the world when we've got our own crises going on. I don't care if it's Iran or China. We are training the Europeans to sit back. Look at NATO, Jay. We have NATO members who are not paying their fair share. We just added new NATO members who are unwilling to pay their fair share immediately. And this is a European problem. We are training Europe to sit back and wait for the United States because we're way too jumpy to start spending on other people's issues. And this is an outrage, and the American people should call their representatives and demand that we vote on this in the new Congress, since we have elected leadership. We have new elected leaders that are just waiting to be sworn in. We should wait for those leaders who were held to account on the Ukrainian funding issue in November.
You know, Rick, another issue we've seen, and I know that this is a forefront for you, is this collusion, or let's just call it what it is, between and what Elon Musk has exposed and what you have to imagine after we've heard from people like Mark Zuckerberg talk about their discussions with the FBI and federal law enforcement. You tweeted out just to one of the new Twitter file releases about the number of FBI employees who were at Twitter and the fact that they had their own Slack channel, their own crib sheet to onboard their new arrivals. I mean, it was over a dozen that had been identified who went right from Jim Comey's FBI, literally some of his deputies, right from Jim Comey's FBI to Twitter to start suppressing conservatives and Republicans.
Well, look, they brought over their secret ways, and that's really what's scary to me is we had too many people who were trying to censor almost exclusively conservatives, doing it in the dark, not wanting there to be any type of government regulation over it, and it happened in very serious ways. I can't overstate the concern that we should have as Americans when your intelligence agencies are working to crush dissenting viewpoints. It is a very scary place to be, and we are catching. And we should have media that are much more interested in stopping this bloat of government intelligence agencies trying to crush the American people and crush dissent. It's a very scary place to be.
Yeah, we just got word just now, and this is interesting. I mentioned that the Chief Justice had issued an administrative stay so that Title 42 could stay in effect today because it was set to expire today. And the government then had to file a brief, and then it would be the Chief Justice would either keep the stay, deny the stay, or refer it to the court. Rick, this is fascinating, and you know with our work at the American Center for Law and Justice, you're part of our team. We've got a lot of experience at the Supreme Court. I've done a lot of stays and a lot of merits cases as well, over 23, I think now, merits cases, but we've done dozens of stays. Interesting here, the Biden administration just moments ago asked the Supreme Court today for a delay in the termination of Title 42's immigration policy, asking for the program to conclude no sooner than next week. So they've asked for a week for this to go. You know what they're afraid of? If the Chief Justice would have lifted the stay, Rick, they were afraid that they had nothing prepared to go and there would have been no enforcement.
It's really, once again, showing on national security issues, which this border crisis is a national security issue. Once again, that the Biden administration doesn't know what they're doing. They are ill-prepared. They celebrated in Afghanistan that they brought 90% of the people home. They dropped the Russian sanctions that President Trump had on Putin's pipeline and created this war in Ukraine. We have to have an administration that thinks through these consequences of not enforcing the border. We can now see Democrats, they're peeling off. They're beginning to say this border is a crisis, and the Biden administration isn't doing much about it. When you're losing your own party, you know you've got a lot of trouble, and the policy is failing.
Let me ask you a question, Dad, because the way this is being reported is interesting. Is that the administration, they've made their Supreme Court filing that was due at 5 p.m., so right before 5 p.m. Eastern Time, and they say they want a delay in the termination of Title 42, but just a week or so.
Yeah.
So they don't want to keep Title 42.
No.
I want to make that clear.
Correct.
Why a week?
Well, because a lot of things could happen in a week. They could come up with a new plan. They could come up with no plan. It signals to the court something else. If it's so urgent, not because you're willing to say, I'll let it go for another week or so. Well, then the court may say, you know what? There's a real constitutional issue here. And, we're going to leave this stay in place until we have the case addressed on the merits. I think they just upped the ante of the Supreme Court granting review, in which case we're going to get involved as amicus with the court. Our briefs, by the way, folks, at the Supreme Court, even our friend of the court briefs, have been cited
by the Chief Justice, by Justices Breyer when he was on the court, by Justice Stevens, by Justice Alito, and others. So it's a very interesting development.
Yeah, I'm just going to keep updating people. The Justice Department is still seeking to uphold the lower court rulings that held the Biden administration could eliminate the policy, but is asking for delay in the program's end, saying it should remain in place until December 27th if the Supreme Court decides the Title 42 case before Friday.
Right.
So they're trying to dictate to the court.
Yeah, it's a very risky and bold move on the government's part, and I don't think it's going to go over well. So we're going to review the brief when we're done. We'll have more information on our broadcast. I'm sure Sean will tomorrow on Hannity as well. Rick, one last question. You've worked with the ACLJ now for a while, and I think it's important for Sean's audience to understand the scope of the things like the Title 42, like what's happening in Europe, that our engagement on these issues really are giving people a voice, and an important voice in allowing this to go forward.
Look, one of the reasons I joined ACLJ after leaving the Trump administration was because of the action that we take. We don't complain, but we actually file lawsuits. We actually try and stop the bad stuff from happening, and I couldn't be more proud. I hope that people do support the ACLJ. You know, one thing, Jay, I just wanted to add, this 1 week delay that the Biden administration wants gets us closer to when the new Congress comes in. And it's clear to me that they're playing politics here, and they'd like to blame the Republicans in the House so that when this chaos comes forward, it's under Kevin McCarthy's leadership and the Republicans in the House so that they can say, look, we didn't have this chaos until the Republicans took over the House.
No, Rick, I think that's a very good observation. And the fact is, it's a very bizarre signal to the court, though, too. As a Supreme Court practitioner, it's a very unusual signal to say, we don't want to stay. We don't want you to grant the government stay, but you know what? Grant it for a week or 10 days so we can kind of figure out what we're going to do here. Meanwhile, I think that's what puts it into a new Congress. They blame them for if they have no plan in place. They're taking out the biggest enforcement mechanism they have, which still isn't getting it all done, but it was better than what they had with Title VIII, which is the other administrative process that you go through. But I think this is this was not an anticipated move by most. I don't think most people thought this is what the government was going to do.
No,
the United
it's
States,
trying to have
through the Solicitor General.
Both ways. I think what Rick said is right. I think it's politics more than law, and it's not really that rational for people to be hearing this. That we're not asking for a stay. We don't agree with the states, but don't do away with this right now, even though it's set to expire tonight.
Because they're in chaos. Is what Rick said. Yeah. They're in chaos, and they would rather blame that chaos. They could blame it January 3rd. They get to blame the chaos on the conservatives. Rick, we appreciate you being with us. Appreciate you being part of the team. Folks, we've got another segment coming up on Hannity. While we're on break, we're going to find out more about this Supreme Court filing. But I will tell you, highly unusual that the way you defeat a stay, if you're the other side, is to say the stay is not necessary. We have a plan. Instead, they say, you know what? Don't let this expire tonight because we don't want it on our hands. Let it expire in a week or 10 days. And you know what that means? Well, maybe it'll be on somebody else's hands. So we'll see what happens here. It's very interesting for the court. We've got another segment of Hannity coming up. Stay tuned. A lot more ahead. Support the work of the ACLJ, American Center for Law and Justice. You can do that by going to aclj.org. That's aclj.org. And follow Jordan on Twitter or Truth at Jordan Seculo, at Jay Seculo, at ACLJ, and like our social media pages as well. We'll be back with more Hannity in just a minute.
The biggest newsmakers, the best coverage, and the issues you care about every single day. This is the Sean Hannity Show.
All right, it's the final days for the Christmas holiday season, and their sale at Genucel is still available for everybody. Ladies, gentlemen, don't take my word for it. Linda loves this.
I do love it. And you know what? The hyaluronic acid, I cannot say enough about this. It really gets deep, gets rid of all that dead skin, and it leaves you fresh and glowing. And every single product in their line is like this.
And you still have time because now until Christmas, Genucel's most popular package, it's at 70% off when you go to Genucel.com/Sean. Now you can treat yourself and a loved one to the absolute best skincare in the entire world. And by the way, included in almost every package now is your free hyaluronic acid serum for skin hydration that will restore that youthful appearance you want. Go to Genucel.com/Sean right now, and if you put in the special promo code Sean, SEAN, you get an additional 10% off your order, and every order today is instantly upgraded to free express shipping. Genucel.com/Sean from Chamonix.
Central Carolina Power Equipment in Sanford is your one-stop shop for Branson tractors. Built with cast iron axles, transmissions, and rear-end housings, Branson tractors are perfect for the farm or the yard while offering exceptional strength and quality for an outstanding value. Central Carolina Power Equipment prides itself with matching each customer's unique needs with the tractor or equipment that will serve them best. For more than 30 years, Central Carolina Power Equipment has offered sales, service, and parts for all your tractors and equipment needs. Stop by today and check out all the new Branson tractors from Central Carolina Power Equipment at 4127 Jefferson Davis Highway in Sanford and online at ccpenc.com or call 919-292-6464. That's 919-292-6464. It's no surprise, Pinehurst Toyota has done it again, a third award. And this one is the Golden Carfax top-rated dealer, based on Toyota and Hyundai ability to consistently provide the best pre-owned vehicles and service. Pinehurst Toyota also has the Pilot Best of the Pines Service Department and the Sandhills Magazine Best Dealership in Moore County. The Pinehurst Toyota Advantage Plan is our goal to make you 100% satisfied with your visit to Pinehurst Toyota. The first 2 years or 25,000 miles are covered by the Toyota Care Program, and you get 5 years of roadside assistance regardless of miles. That's why with a major service at Pinehurst Toyota, you will receive a complimentary loaner for all qualified warranty repairs. Call Pinehurst Toyota at 910-692-2424. That's 910-692-2424.
At First Bank, North Carolina's largest independent community bank, we know your dream may be to make it possible for your child to achieve theirs. Whether you want to start saving for their education, to pay for a first tuition bill, or to help your student be a smart spender, First Bank offers a wide range of products and services to help you achieve your dreams. From student checking accounts to prepaid debit cards, savings accounts to home equity lines of credit, you'll find a great fit at First Bank.
The U.S. Department of Energy has announced beginning January 1st, SEER 14 HVAC systems can no longer be sold. Though there is nothing wrong with the SEER 14 systems, the Energy Department wants HVAC systems to be more efficient. So, all of Carolina Air's brand new SEER 14 units must go. Carolina Air is slashing prices to get them out the door, and that's great for you. Since the U.S. Department of Energy says all SEER 14 systems must be sold before January 1st, give Carolina Air a call today or visit carolinair.com for a free estimate.
Are you interested in protecting your assets from market volatility, rising taxes, and economic uncertainty? Then tune in to Retire 360 with Dwight Mejan to learn how you can protect and grow your hard-earned money. Retire 360, Sundays at 3 p.m. right here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Protect your hard-earned money today at Retire360show.com.
This is the perfect time of the year to bust out all your Echo tools and equipment from Beaver Equipment. Thanks to all the storms, my new Echo chainsaw from Beaver Equipment has been getting a good workout. Beaver Equipment is the place to go for rough and rugged Echo equipment for real men. They offer 5-year warranties and are locally owned and operated. So men, get out there and enjoy your Echo Power equipment from Beaver Equipment, Highway 211 in Aberdeen, 910-944-0402.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Welcome back to Hannity's. Jay Sekulow and Jordan Sekulow. We're saying it for Sean today. Of course, we run the American Center for Law and Justice. I got some breaking news. We just got the brief that was filed in the Title 42 case. That was the authorization put forward in the Trump administration to deal with the crisis on the border in light of the pandemic that was going throughout the country. It's interesting. The government has asked for, it's very unusual. There's a stay that's in effect The government was expected to reject or at least move to dissolve that stay immediately. Instead, they've asked the Chief Justice to keep the stay in place for at least a week while they figure out what to do. And it's interesting in their brief. This is what your United States government is putting in their briefs, folks. The government recognizes that the end of Title 42 orders will likely lead to disruption and a temporary increase in unlawful border crossings. The government is in no way seeks to minimize the seriousness of that problem. And then, as our friend Rick Grinnell said, it looks like they're pushing it towards the Congress. That's who they're going to blame for all of this. And, of course, if they can extend this for about 10 or 12 days, they can blame the Republican Congress. We're going to get into this a lot more in the days ahead. If you want information about this, I encourage you to go to aclj.org. We'll have more information up about this tomorrow. And, again, we thank Linda, thank the whole team at Hannity, and, of course, thank our friend Sean Hannity for letting Jordan and I sit in today. And, again, if you want to support work that is protecting America, protecting our country, go to aclj.org. We're in a matching challenge campaign, which means if you donate a gift, it's tax deductible, but we get a matching gift, and that's at aclj.org. That's aclj.org. It has been a privilege and an honor to sit in for Sean. Nobody could do it like Sean Hannity can, but we had a great time and appreciate you all listening to us. Have a wonderful holiday, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and we'll talk to you next year. Bye-bye, everybody.
Hey, during this Christmas season, you know what's something that I love gifting as much as I do receiving? That's Omaha Steaks. Now, achieve gifting greatness when you give the gift of perfectly aged, tender, delicious Omaha Steaks. Now, Omaha Steaks have put together a delicious selection of various gift packages to make shopping for the ones you love simple and easy. Just go to omahasteaks.com, take advantage of 50% off site-wide, plus use the code Hannity when you check out, and you'll get an additional $40 off your order. Now, Omaha Steaks has everything you need to give a gift that's simply perfect. Omaha Steaks is ready to ship your order right away, so shop early and beat the shipping rush. Just go to omahasteaks.com, use the promo code Hannity to check out. Order with complete confidence today, knowing that you are ordering the very best. That's omahasteaks.com. Take advantage of 50% off site-wide, plus the promo code Hannity when you check out to get an extra $40 off your order.
Minimum order may be required.
You know, tragically, last year had a record number of school shooting victims. Now, in active shooter incidents, schools go on lockdown, and locked doors impede law enforcement's access. Now, with Knox, both school officials and law enforcement have access to key cards, keys, floor plans, and getting them into those locked doors. Get Knox. Just go to schoolentry.com. That's their website, schoolentry.com. Schoolentry.com.
The defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588. The Battle of the Red Cliffs, ending the Han Dynasty. Did motion sickness lead to the fall of empires? Vanda Pharmaceuticals is running a clinical study researching an investigational medication to treat motion sickness. Visit mymotionstudy.com to learn more. Brought to you by Vanda Pharmaceuticals.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
From everyone at Hughes Supply in Pinehurst, we'd like to say thank you for your continued loyalty and faith in us. Put your feet up and have a well-deserved rest this Christmas, and let every day of the holiday season be filled with joy. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
This is Kevin from Agency 1 Insurance. Whether you need home, auto, business, life insurance, we offer multiple companies to give you the best coverage available. Call Agency 1 Insurance today at 910-692-9400 and see what we can do for you.
John Cole's Plumbing Professionals wants to remind you that as the seasons change, it's important to keep up the plumbing basics to avoid cold weather damage. Things like disconnecting your water hoses and storing them in a dry place, or simply insulating pipes that are exposed to the elements. Simple precautions like these can prevent winter weather nightmares.
Hi, this is John Cole. If you've got a plumbing problem, don't just call a plumber, call a professional at 910-639-4933.
John Cole's Plumbing Professionals.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
News this hour from townhall.com. I'm Keith Peters reporting. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has held a minute's silence in tribute to Ukraine's fallen troops as he visited an eastern seat that's the focus of some of the most intense fighting of Russia's war. Correspondent Charles de Ledesma reports.
Zelensky holds a minute's silence in tribute to Ukraine's fallen troops as he visited Bakhmut, an eastern city that's been the focus of some of the most intense fighting of Russia's war. It's not clear how Zelensky got to Bakhmut, but his unannounced trip to the combat zone appears designed to shore up the morale of Ukrainians and to dishearten the Russians trying to encircle the city. The president saluted the courage and resilience shown by the people in the area, saying, "You know that you inspire our entire society." I'm Charles de Ledesma.
There's a battle of words brewing between one of the world's leading capitalists and one of Washington, D.C.'s most leftist lawmakers. Bob Agnew reports.
Twitter CEO Elon Musk tweeted the U.S. has been, in his words, definitely harmed by having Elizabeth Warren in the Senate. It comes after Warren began raising questions about Musk's takeover of Twitter and whether financing it had a detrimental impact on Tesla. In a letter, Warren questions whether Tesla's board is failing in its duty to protect shareholders against possible conflict of interest and misappropriation of corporate assets. Bob Agnew reporting.
The Democratic-controlled House Ways and Means Committee met Tuesday to vote on whether to publicly release years of Donald Trump's tax returns, which the former president has long tried to shield. Committee Chairman Richard Neal of Massachusetts has kept a close hold on the actions of the panel, which plan to vote on the release in a closed session that could span several hours. On Wall Street, the Dow up by 92 points, the Nasdaq up a point, the S&P advanced 4. More at townhall.com.
Factor pain relief that's natural, pain relief that works, and pain relief that attacks the source of the pain. That's the experience of tens of thousands of Americans who are taking Relief Factor right now. See their incredible video endorsements at relieffactor.com and then order your 3-week quick starter pack for just $19.95. That's less than $1 a day. Find out if it can work for you like it works for me by ordering your 3-week quick starter pack today. relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com. Be the next success story.
Hi, my name's Adam Barada. I'm the owner of Advantage Gold, the highest rated precious metals firm in the country. Now, we've won the Best of TrustLink Award 4 years in a row because we educate our clients on how to buy gold and silver the right way. We don't pay celebrity spokespeople millions of dollars. We'd rather pass that value on to you. Call 800-900-8000 and speak with one of our experts. We'll send you a free gold kit along with my latest national best-selling book, The Great Devaluation. Call 800-900-8000. Call 800-900-8000.
Here's the Wall Street Business Report.
Stocks closing modestly higher on Wall Street, while bond markets around the world felt pain after a surprise move from Japan's central bank cranked the pressure even higher on the already slowing global economy. The biggest action was in the bond market, where yields pushed higher after the one of the world's last bastions of super low and economy-aiding interest rates made moves that could allow rates to climb more than otherwise. The Dow was up 92 points today to 32,849. The Nasdaq gained 1 point to 10,547. The S&P 500 adding 4 to 3821. New York oil rose 90 cents to $76.09 a barrel. For the Wall Street Business Report, I'm John Scott.
News and analysis at townhall.com. I'm Keith Peters reporting. A big bank is hit with a big fine.
The bank is Wells Fargo. Federal regulators ordering the consumer banking giant to pay $3.7 billion in fines and refunds to customers. It's the largest fine to date against the bank. Wells Fargo cited for violations ranging from illegal fees and interest on auto loans and mortgages to incorrectly applied overdraft fees against savings and checking accounts. The feds say the bank's bad behavior impacted more than 16 million customers. Rich Thomason reporting.
TikTok would be banned from most U.S. government devices under a spending bill Congress unveiled early Tuesday. It's the latest push by American lawmakers against the Chinese-owned social media app. The $1.7 trillion package includes requirements for the Biden administration to prohibit most uses of TikTok or any other app created by its owner, ByteDance Limited. More on these stories at townhall.com.
When I opened my business, I knew I needed insurance. How much, what kind, where to buy? No idea. A friend told me to call FCIG, First Casualty Insurance Group, Southern Pines. My FCIG rep told me what I needed, and she showed me how to save on my home and car insurance, too. I was really surprised to find out that they represent over 36 companies. Wow.
Time to call FCIG, First Casualty Insurance Group, Southern Pines. 910-692-8303. 910-692-8303.
Overnight tonight, skies will be mostly cloudy as we dive down for a low of 33 degrees. Then for Wednesday, partly cloudy. We'll finally see a little sunshine. Look for a high of 46. But that sunshine goes away on Thursday. The Wednesday night, we're looking for mostly cloudy with rain, a low of 40. And Thursday, mostly cloudy, more rain, a high of 54. Thursday night, cloudy, scattered showers, 49. Friday, partly cloudy, with a high of 49. I'm Steve Leader Adams in the Weather Center.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
The bowels of a hidden bunker, somewhere under the brick and steel of a nondescript building, we've once again made contact with our leader, Mark Levin.
Welcome, it is Mark Levin Show. Ben Ferguson filling in for the great one. The Twitter Files news coverage, ABC. Still a big whopping 0 minutes of coverage. CBS still a 0. Yes, a whopping 0 minutes of coverage. NBC News, another big 0 minutes of coverage. But no. The media is not biased, I promise. The media is totally honest, completely transparent when it comes to Twitter Files. Now, we have new Twitter Files that have come out, all right? And we're going to get into those. But I want to go backwards to just how corrupt Twitter was with the deep state and the FBI, because a lot of people don't actually understand these hardcore connections here. We now know that Twitter employed not just a gang of American spies leading up to the 2020 election, but a gang of spies at the highest level of our spying apparatus within the deep state of the United States government. Twitter loved hiring former spies right out of the government where they spied together. They loved getting people from the intelligence community, specifically leading up to the 2020 election. That, according to the 7th release of the Twitter Files that came out. Now, among the ex-spies who worked for Twitter was a guy by the name of James Baker. You may remember that name because James Baker is the FBI's former general counsel. He's kind of a big deal. You may remember the name James Baker because he was, in fact, one of the key participants in pushing for the 2016 Russian hoax investigation into Donald Trump, who was then the president. I'll say it again. This guy was a big deal. He was a really big deal. If you don't believe me, let me just give you another headline from the Wall Street Journal. FBI took Michael Sussman's allegations of Trump-Russia ties seriously. Former official testify. Yeah, that's their headline. The Bureau's ex-general counsel says lawyers about Civic Motion spurred interest in his ultimately unsupported evidence of ties between the Russian bank and Donald Trump's company in 2016 that he knew was made out of thin air. Now, you got to understand something. The FBI, and this has nothing to do with where we're going with this, with Joe Biden and Hunter Biden, okay? This is a completely different scandal. The FBI knew from the very first meeting with Hillary Clinton's campaign lawyer that they were being lied to. They knew when that campaign lawyer met with them claiming that he was not representing any candidate that he was lying to them. They didn't care because all they wanted to do was stop you from picking the candidate they didn't like. That is what they understood from the very beginning. The deep state understood that when they were investigating Donald Trump for Russia collusion, and when they were giving information to liberals on Capitol Hill like Adam Schiff, that it was all total crap. They did it anyway. They were trying to overthrow the will of the people. That's called a coup. And if you go back to the article from the Wall Street Journal, a former top FBI lawyer said the agency would have treated allegations connecting the Trump campaign to Russia more skeptically if their source, lawyer Michael Sussman, had told the Bureau he was coming forward on behalf of clients that included Hillary Clinton's presidential campaign and the Democratic National Committee. All right, how stupid do they think we are? Because I don't believe that the Bureau at this level is stupid. I think they're brilliant. I think they're coordinated. I think the deep state plays at a whole nother level of intellect. They're not dumb. They didn't get bamboozled that day when Michael Sussman walked in their office. They knew exactly who he was. They knew exactly who he was representing. And if they didn't, they could just spy on them like they spy on every other conservative. It's not hard, right? The same way they spied on Donald Trump's campaign. But this testimony that happened back in May of this year came at that criminal trial of Mr. Sussman, the first from Special Counsel John Durham in that 3-year probe into how the FBI handled allegations of ties between the Trump campaign and Russia in 2016. What we know is that immediately the FBI said, if you remember back in the day, internally that this was obvious, that this was user-generated. That's how they described it, user-generated. And what does that mean if you've never heard that term before? It means the guy who's bringing you this information didn't actually get it from somebody. He created it out of thin air. That's what user-generated means. They knew at the FBI that the dossier into Donald Trump and the Steele dossier and all of this was a lie. They knew immediately that there was no connection from this Alpha Bank in Russia and Donald Trump's company. There was no secret back channel communications through servers. They checked into it, and they also then knew once they checked into it that there was nothing there, but it didn't matter. They wanted to overthrow the will of the American people. This is what the deep state does. This is what the CIA does. If you've ever watched, by the way, and I would encourage you to watch Narcos on Netflix. Mr. Producer's probably laughing right now because he's like, yes. You notice that the way that they played the CIA and what was happening down when they were going after the drug cartels was basically a level of psychotic narcissism that I've witnessed only from people that think they are more brilliant and more powerful than anybody else. The CIA was actually basically screwing over the DEA on a regular basis. The CIA wanted to overthrow people and wanted to pull strings, and that's how they got off on their power. Now, what happens when you're out of the game, right? You go through detox, you go through depression, or you get paid and you keep doing what you were doing before. That's apparently exactly what all the ex-spies were doing that went to work for Twitter. They were still in the game. That's why James Baker, the former FBI general counsel, who was a key participant in pushing the 2016 Russian hoax against Donald Trump, loved going and working at Twitter. James Baker left the FBI in 2018. And what did he do? He went to a far-left Brookings Institute. So don't tell me the guy wasn't biased when he was at the FBI. You can only get a job at the Brookings Institute if you're a woke, crazy liberal. Where else did he go? Where you go get paid if you're a hardcore leftist, CNN. That's where he went right after his departure from the FBI. Then opens up, right? Twitter calls and says, hey, man, you're the former general counsel of the FBI. We worked with you, loved working with you. Why don't you come take a job over here at Twitter? And there it was. He became the deputy general counsel and vice president of legal. That according to his own LinkedIn account. Now, during his tenure, he played a key role in suppressing the New York Post story on Hunter Biden, the laptop from hell. So let's just go backwards real quick. FBI former general counsel frames a president of the United States of America for crimes he knew he didn't commit, knew the Russian hoax was crap, and did it anyway, allowed for him to be impeached by the Democratic Party, who created the manifesto in the beginning to overthrow the will of the people. And they sat back at the FBI and they watched a sitting president get impeached over information that they had already internally marked as user-generated, meaning This is crap and a lie, and they did it on purpose. So he does that, bam, gets out, goes to CNN, bam, goes to Brookings Institute, gets paid, bam. Then he goes to Twitter, and now he can read everybody's messages. He can silence people, censor people, get people kicked off of Twitter. Hell, for all we know, probably was reading the direct messages of all the people on Twitter. During his tenure, he played a key role in suppressing that big story that could change and alter the outcome of an election. Of course he's going to do this on the Hunter Biden laptop story. He already did it against Donald Trump to make sure they tried to overthrow the will of the people. He tried to literally facilitate a coup in the United States of America. Why would he not? Why would he not block this story on Hunter Biden? It's his team. He's a hardcore lefty. As of 2020, you want to know how many people from the deep state were working at Twitter? There were so many former FBI employees, top level, that they actually had their own chat. They had their own private Slack channel, which is like a chat room that they could all talk to. It was called BU, alumni, referring to the FBI and the Bureau. Working at Twitter, they created their own private channel and a crib sheet to onboard new FBI arrivals. You leave Twitter, you leave the FBI, you come right on over to Twitter. Former general counsel of the FBI, Baker played that central role in making the case internally for that investigation of Donald Trump, even though he knew that it was all crap. And Baker wasn't the only former senior FBI executive to get involved in the Trump investigation to go to Twitter either. We now know from these Twitter files that Don Burton, the former deputy chief of staff to the FBI head, guy by the name of James Comey, who initiated the investigation of Trump, joined Twitter in 2019 as, quote, director of strategy. Let me just say that again. This is a really important this is a really important point. Everybody write this down, okay? Because this is important. You've got the guy that's the former chief of staff to James Comey. We know how corrupt James Comey was. We know that James Comey was an individual that wanted to take down Donald Trump. He was a part of the deep state. We know that he knew that the Russian hoax story was a hoax. He also knew that the Hunter Biden laptop was real. And what did he do? Not a damn thing. Miranda Devine put it this way. She said the difference between the KGB and the FBI is the FBI pays private companies millions of dollars to suppress dissent. Is she wrong? I mean, think about what Miranda Devine just said there. The difference between the KGB and the FBI is the FBI pays private companies millions of dollars to suppress dissent. If that's not the deep state, I don't know what is. And that's exactly what this is. It is all corruption at the highest level. I want to play for you, by the way, real quick, Miranda Devine talking about how much money was being paid. Your tax dollars. Not a little bit of money, a lot of money. The FBI was paying Twitter $3.4 million to actually censor and silence conservative Americans.
It was pretty clear that there was really a psychological operation being conducted against Twitter executives by the FBI, so that when our story came up in October of 2020, that they would recognize it immediately as a Russian hack and leak operation, because they'd been warned for weeks by FBI exactly what to look for. In fact, to look for this operation in October, and that it would involve Hunter Biden. And remember that the FBI was paying Twitter $3.4 million they gave them to help censor Americans, and particularly our story 3 weeks before the election.
FBI was paying a private company to silence conservatives, to silence a narrative. That's not all we know. We also now know that Don Burton, who was the former chief of staff of the FBI head, James Comey, who initiated the investigation of Trump, joined Twitter as their director of strategy. What was their strategy? To push out propaganda and an agenda and to silence conservatives. What these Twitter files show is that the FBI wanted to share information with Twitter employees, and the information they wanted to share to Twitter employees required a top-secret security clearance, not a problem. Twitter said, hey, we've got your guys over here, the FBI guy, Baker, bring it on. And that's how the FBI and all the FBI former employees worked together, warning before the 2020 election that the Russian disinformation campaign, quote, could happen. Bam! Hunter Biden laptop story drops. What happens? Not a damn thing, but they silence it, shut it down, and they wouldn't even let you share it in direct messages. In fact, they used technology to silence conservatives that shared an authentic and real article, a real news story. They treat it the same way as someone sharing child pornography. Ben Ferguson filling in for the great one, Mark Levin. I will get your phone calls in here as well. 1-877-381-3811. 1-877-381-3811. You can send me a message on Twitter, Facebook, Parler, Getter. It's Ben Ferguson or Ben Ferguson Podcast there. More coming up.
Mark Levin.
Tired of overpaying woke wireless companies? How about this? Get talk, text, and blazing fast data just $30 a month. Yes, on the same network, the same towers, with the same coverage as the other guys, but for half the price. Friends, this is great news. You can start saving today without having to sacrifice on coverage. How do I know? I'm a customer. Plus, listen to all the other benefits you get. A U.S.-based customer service team to make your switch even easier. You're supporting a veteran-owned business, and here's the best part. When you dial pound 250 today and say Mark Levin, you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. That's right. Dial pound 250 and say Mark Levin, and the good people at Pure Talk will get you switched over in as little as 10 minutes. Switch to a company that shares your values. Dial pound 250, say Mark Levin, and make the switch to Pure Talk today. Pure Talk is simply smarter wireless.
Thinking about updating and customizing your kitchen? Now is a great time to do just that with KitchenAid appliances from Keys Appliance Center. Now through December 31st, you can receive up to $1,500 in rebates on select KitchenAid appliances. So head on over to the appliance experts at Keys Appliance Center and visit with any sales associate for complete rebate details and list of eligible models. Keys Appliance Center, located at 104 East Main Street in downtown Aberdeen.
Hey, if you want to mail your Christmas gifts, you need to come to FedEx Quick Pack and Ship at 216 Commerce Avenue in Southern Pines. Quick Pack and Ship is your newest full-service mailing, shipping, and office solutions. Owner Brad Harkins can help you get your FedEx Christmas packages sent anywhere in the USA and overseas. Now's the time to come. FedEx Quick Pack and Ship before it gets too late. Open Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. and Saturday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Go to Facebook for more information.
Eastwood Outfitters offers specialty firearms for elite marksmen and a lot more, while delivering a personalized experience for everyone. Eastwood Outfitters is the only dealer in the area offering a wide selection of high-end inventory from Night Force, Zero Compromise, and more. Visit our Facebook and Instagram pages now through Christmas Eve for extra savings and specials. Open Tuesday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. and Christmas Eve, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Eastwood Outfitters at the corner of NC Highway 73 and 15501, right next to the Bee's Knees Antiques and Thrift.
Pines Funerals, Fry and Prickett, Kennedy, and Powell Funeral Homes, serving Carthage, Robbins, Southern Pines, and surrounding communities. Have you thought about pre-planning your final arrangements? At Pines Funerals, we're here to guide and assist our community's families through the pre-planning process. Visit pinesfunerals.com today to schedule a no-pressure, no-obligation appointment to ensure all of your questions are answered. That's pinesfunerals.com to see why more families prefer Pines.
Is your village, town, community, or HOA in need of road repairs? Being proactive is the key to staying ahead of the curve and implementing an effective asphalt repair program. It can improve efficiency and reduce citizen complaints. Give Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services a call at 910-673-1318 to see what they can do for you. In addition to their normal asphalt paving, asphalt overlays, crack sealing, seal coating, and striping, Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services has also implemented its asphalt patching operation through the use of a pothole patch truck equipped with a heated hopper. The patch truck can keep hot mix asphalt for a period of 72 hours, thereby extending the life of the asphalt from 1 to 2 hours with the dump truck. Call Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services at 910-673-1318, 910-673-1318.
Contractors, stop wasting time looking for tile. Go straight to the local experts, the ones who have it all. Meadow Creek Tile. They've got upscale porcelain, ceramic, glass, stone, marble. It's your one stop for materials. And they offer special services for contractors. No more running all over town dealing with amateurs. Meadow Creek Tile, start to finish for any job. Located on 15501 next to Zaxby's. 910-693-7711.
Jump into the fire at Brick's Wood Fire Pizza in the Cole Shopping Center and enjoy your famous wood fire pizzas and the Brick's Wood Fire wings in several flavors. New menu items and fresh food is made daily. A fun place for family and friends. Dine in or sit on the outdoor patio. So jump into the fire at Brick's Wood Fire Pizza, Kohl's and Hobby Lobby Shopping Center in Southern Pines. Brick's Wood Fire Pizza is open every day at 11 a.m.
You can jump into the fire.
Radio show.
Welcome back. It is the Mark Levin Show. Ben Ferguson filling in for the great one, Mark Levin, tonight. Nice to be with you. If you just joined us, we are talking about the Twitter files. These files now show that the FBI was desperate to share information with Twitter employees. They could only share the information with Twitter employees that had, quote, top secret security clearance. Not a problem, because FBI had all of these top people from the FBI working for them. The FBI knew that there was a big story that was going to break before the 2020 election. They knew the story was real. And they knew that they couldn't allow Donald Trump to win another 4-year term. So when the Post, the New York Post, dropped that first Hunter Biden laptop story, what happened? The FBI, working with their former top people at the FBI, who now work at Twitter, immediately started their internal Twitter communication saying that the Hunter Biden materials were either faked, hacked, or both. And a violation of Twitter policy. That is what former FBI James Baker, the same guy that sold you and the same guy that went after Donald Trump trying to overthrow the American people, a coup attempt on you as a voter when he was working for your government at the FBI, goes to Twitter and he does the same damn thing. He knew the story was real. He was at the FBI. He had friends of the FBI. He had top secret security clearance. He knew the Hunter Biden laptop story, which they'd had for over a year at that point, was real. What did he say? While working at Twitter, quote, over and over again, the Hunter Biden materials were either faked, hacked, or both, in a violation of Twitter policy, so take it down. I've got a lot more on this story. Ben Ferguson filling in for the great one. Much more coming up.
You know, the attack on our children starts at conception, and sadly, 1 in 5 pregnancies will end in abortion. But in the midst of this tragedy, you can bring hope. Preborn Pregnancy Clinic's mission is to equip pregnancy centers nationwide to help save babies' lives and souls. And every day, Preborn Clinics rescue 150 babies' lives by introducing mothers to their babies on ultrasound.
That ultrasound changed everything for me. It really did. That made it all worthwhile to know that I was going to have a little blessing. And when she got here, it was just, oh my gosh.
This is Mark Levin. Will you help us rescue 10,000 babies' lives? One ultrasound is just $28, and $140 will help to rescue 5 babies' lives. And now, through a match, your gift is doubled. Your year-end write-off can reach eternity. To donate securely, just call pound 250 and say the keyword baby. That's pound 250 baby. Or go to preborn.com/Mark. That's preborn.com/Mark.
I'm Congressman Dan Bishop. Election integrity and voter ID. They're on everyone's mind these days. What's President Joe Biden say about these policies?
At least 11 states have introduced legislation recently requiring voters to show ID at the polls, like in North Carolina, which imposed a photo ID requirement. These guys never go away. For me, at least, you guys know it, but it's an important lesson for me. Hatred never ultimately goes away.
Respectfully, President Biden, policies requiring photo ID are about election integrity. I believe equating voter ID policies to racism is dishonest and disrespectful. I'm Dan Bishop. That's why I support the Combat Voter Fraud Act and oppose Biden and Speaker Pelosi passing the John Lewis Act voter ID ban in the lame duck session. Paid for by official funds authorized by the House of Representatives.
My name is Tony Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, North Carolina. I'm the third generation of a family-owned business. We've been in business for 83 years. We sell live bait, crickets, minnows, and worms, fishing tackle, nuts and bolts and screws by the piece. You can still come in and get nails weighed out by the pound, or ones or twos, however you'd like.
The guys, they know what they're doing. You don't have to ask for service. You tell them what you need. If they ain't got it, usually they can conjure it up.
Keith Hardware has been a tradition in this town for as long as I've been in business, 42 years, and they run a good business and they're good people.
I came in with 2 pieces of plumbing. I handed it to this guy, and he took off the back and picked it up and brought it back. Their knowledge is invaluable to me.
With Keith Hardware for 28 years. I rent the building from them next door. And Tony and Ginger are doing an excellent job. I'm proud of them.
Come visit Keith Hardware today at 207 Monroe Street in Carthage.
We're just an old-fashioned hardware store.
Jared Kirk and Amy McBride of the First Casualty Insurance Group in Southern Pines talk about the benefits of being an FCIG customer.
Our agency has been in business since 1984. We are an independent agency, which means that we have numerous carriers. Having multiple carriers benefits our customers because it offers them more options for their coverage and price.
One of the most asked questions we get from our clients is how much do they need to insure their home for? Many clients think they should insure their home based on tax value or what they could sell their home for. Neither is correct.
Insurance carriers want to insure your home for the replacement value. Replacement value is what it would take to rebuild your home back to its current state in the event of a complete loss.
First Casualty Insurance Group of Southern Pines. Call them today at 910-692-8303 or find them on the web at fcignc.com.
Hey, there are hundreds of restaurants in Moore County. Some are unique, but only one has Zaxby's. Zaxby's on 15501 in Southern Pines. Zaxby's has the most chicken options in town, whether you want it hot or not. Zaxby's can do it all. Their vast menu has something for everyone, no matter if you're dining in or driving up to take it home. Zaxby's has the cure for your chicken craving. Located on 15501 in Southern Pines near Holiday Inn Express.
If there was a better way to handle your finances, when would you want to know? Tune in to White Horse Financial Solutions every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m. here on WEEB.
Mostly cloudy skies overnight. We are used to the clouds. Look for a low of 33. We'll see a little sunshine on Wednesday under partly cloudy skies. Look for a high of 46. Wednesday night, rain returns with clouds. Look for a low of 40. Then for Thursday, look for mostly cloudy skies, more rain. 54 for your high. Thursday night, partly cloudy, scattered showers, 49. And Friday, partly cloudy, 49. I'm Steve Leader Adams in the Weather Center.
Listen to us anywhere on your smartphone or tablet with the TuneIn app, free at your app store. Simply search for WEEB.
Liberty's voice, Mark Levin. Talk with that voice now. 877-381-3811.
So this is the first time I have filled in for the great one, Mark Levin, since Twitter has been owned by Elon Musk. And Mr. Producer, can I just say it's actually fun that people can find us now? Have you noticed this? It's unbelievable. Like, I just went to during the break to see what you guys were writing to me on Twitter. Most of the time, it was like maybe 1/100th of what I'm seeing so far in the last few minutes. So this is just fun for me. You can follow me at Ben Ferguson Show on Twitter, and there's some of you making comments. I will read them all during the break. I can promise you that. All right, I want to get back to the and at Rich Cementa. You can also follow Mr. Producer there. It's nice. You can actually find us now. Like, it's amazing what happens when the commies aren't running Twitter. All right, I want to get back to these Twitter files, and I have a lot of notes, so I'm going to go through these. This is what you need to be talking about, by the way, with your family and friends over the holidays, so they understand just how corrupt social media is. I have no doubt, by the way, that what we are finding out about Twitter, because of the bravery of Elon Musk, to risk it all to show and give us transparency, is, I have no doubt it's no different than what we are seeing and what we would see at Facebook. I have no doubt that exactly what was happening at Twitter was happening at Facebook and Google. I have no doubt that it's happening at YouTube. The federal government and the deep state uses the media, and this has happened all over the world with the CIA, to plant and push out fake stories and fake ideas to influence and change the outcome of elections. That is exactly what the FBI was doing. That is exactly what they were doing with impeachment, and that's exactly what they are doing now with the Hunter Biden story when it broke. You come in before, you go to YouTube, you go to Google, you go to Twitter, right? You go to Facebook, and you say, hey, we got a story that's going to break. Well, there's a chance a story could break. Sorry, let's make sure we get the BS right here. There's a chance it could break, and it could be Russian disinformation. They knew the Russian disinformation idea they would latch onto. It gave them, plausible deniability. To that the only reason why they were trying to suppress the story is because we were just trying to make sure that the elections weren't influenced, when in fact that's exactly what they were doing. They were influencing our elections. Baker immediately comes out, former FBI top guy at Twitter, and says over and over again that the Hunter Biden materials were either faked, hacked, or both. And then we find out that when Elon Musk was releasing the Twitter files back in, early December, he was fired. Baker was fired by Elon Musk for his possible role in the suppression of information important to the public dialogue, Mark tweeted on December the 6th. Musk's statement appeared to reference Baker's suppression of the Twitter files. So this guy never gave up. Like, I got to give him credit for that. At least he was going down swinging. Even after Elon Musk was in charge of the company, Baker's like, nope, I'm not giving up. I'm going to keep pushing my narrative and the deep state's narrative, and I'm going to suppress the information of the Twitter files, which reveal that Twitter violated, in my opinion, the First Amendment as well as campaign finance laws. I believe they did both here. But this isn't the only ex-spy that was working at Twitter to alter the outcome of our elections. Don Burton, also another ex-spy. The Twitter files have exposed as a former member of the intelligence community that was employed by Twitter. Burton, you want to know who he was? He was the former deputy chief of staff, big high-up guy, to the FBI director, James Comey. He's the one that was there who initiated that 2016 Russian hoax investigation. Burton would have been close to the FBI's Hillary Clinton email investigation due to her connection with James Comey and the agency's investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 elections. So all of the big controversies since 2016, these guys weren't just in them, they were orchestrating them. They were pulling the strings. Again, step back for a moment and say to yourself, holy crap. In America, this is what's happening. So my question is, what were they doing before 2016? What were they doing in 15 and 14 and 13 and 12 and 11 and 10 and 9 and 8 and 7 and 6 and 5 and 4 and 3 and 2? What were they doing when we were in a war in Iraq and Afghanistan? What were they doing when George Bush was president, or when Bill Clinton was president, or especially when Barack Obama was president? These guys from the deep state, Burton, former chief of staff, runs over to Twitter, get a payday in 2019. You want to know what his title was? He was, quote, the senior director of strategy and operations for the legal, public policy, and trust and safety organizations. That's what it says on LinkedIn. In other words, this guy speaks, everyone listens. In September of 2019, Twitter also employed James Comey. So James Comey, the former FBI director, also went in 2016 and was employed by Twitter as the director of strategy and operations and council organization. James Comey was nominated in 2013 by former President Barack Obama as the FBI director, and now that dude's hanging out at Twitter. Comey's nomination was controversial because of his previous employment with Lockheed Martin and his association with the Clinton Foundation, just to remind you how corrupt these people are. Lockheed Martin was a Clinton Foundation mega donor. The company admitted to becoming a Clinton Global Initiative member in 2010. According to records, Lockheed Martin is also a member of the American Chamber of Commerce in Egypt, which just happened to pay Bill Clinton $250,000 to deliver a speech in 2010. I'm sure there's no conspiracy there at all, right? In 2010, Lockheed Martin won 17 approvals, by the way, for private contracts from none other than Hillary Clinton's State Department. So, hey, I need $250K for the big guy. In this situation, it was Bill Clinton, no problem. Hey, I need to get some money here for the Clinton Global Initiative. We got you. Hey, I need these 17 approvals for private contracts from the U.S. government, from Hillary Clinton's State Department. That's our payday. We got you. So now take another step back. Twitter isn't being run by actual tech nerds and geeks. No, Twitter is being run by the FBI. They've got Baker, they've got Burton, and they got James Comey. Not only were they ex-spies working with Twitter, but the Post recently reported Twitter's ranks were filled with ex-spies. Some of them who are still apparently employed by Twitter. And if Elon Musk is smart, he's going to get them out as fast as he can. Now, if you're sitting there in disbelief right now, that's good. That's normal. That's what I would hope you'd be thinking to yourself right now. But if you don't understand what this means for our country, there is no telling what else they have done. So let's just look at the facts now. These guys, the FBI, orchestrated the coup attempt to get Donald Trump out of office through impeachment. They also influenced our elections with a lie that there was some sort of Russian collusion between Donald Trump and Alpha Bank and his companies, and that he was compromised. Remember that? Yeah. They spied on his campaign because it wasn't just good enough to, actually accuse him of all these terrible things. No, they wanted to spy on him to see what he was actually doing. Who knows who was in the White House spying on Donald Trump's top team? There's no telling who they had in there because they had spies apparently everywhere. And your tax dollars were paying for all of this. And then when that didn't work and they couldn't bring Donald Trump down that way, they said, all right, we got this. We'll take care of it in the next election. And that's exactly what they did. Because he was too big and too powerful, and he had empowered too many people to be successful. He had the lowest unemployment rate in history. In my lifetime, lowest unemployment rate in history among African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, and single mothers. The Democratic Party was terrified that they were losing control. They were terrified they were losing control of their voting base, and they had to get rid of Donald Trump. And they were willing to do anything to get rid of him. Now, don't forget, they've also raided Mar-a-Lago. Who did that? The FBI. Does it all make sense to you now? Because it should. And as all this is happening, we got the January 6th committee, and what are they doing today? Oh, they're like, oh, by the way, we're going to make a criminal investigation recommendation for crimes and charges to come down against Donald Trump because we don't actually want the American people to have a moment where they think they have the opportunity to think for themselves. We don't want to give them the chance to vote for anybody again that we don't like. So we will frame them for crimes. We will destroy their lives. We will go after their children, and we will go after their businesses. And finally, they'll get back in line. You remember when J. Edgar Hoover, and if you ever watched that movie, it was a great movie. You should watch it. How did J. Edgar Hoover have his power? He had his own files on people. Basically, you screw with me, you screw with my FBI, you screw with any of my people or anybody, and I will ruin and destroy you and your family. He had files on everybody. He had files on Martin Luther King to JFK and everybody in between. He had files on congressmen and senators that he thought could be a threat to his power at the FBI. He made sure he could blackmail any of them. If he didn't have what he needed to blackmail, he'd just make it up out of thin air. He would plant stories. That's no different than what we're now hearing about when it comes to James Comey. How is it any different than what I just described to you right now, what they were doing at Twitter? And it's not just that they were silencing people, they were shadow banning people. They were making sure that the most influential tweets and the most influential conservatives were silenced. They were making sure that you couldn't find certain names if you were searching for them. They made sure that certain stories you couldn't even send. What happened with the New York Post article was brilliant. They knew that if that story got legs, and the deep state knew, and that's exactly why the 51, Mr. Producer, if I'm not mistaken, Intel officials signed that letter saying, this has all the markings of Russian disinformation. Why do you think they signed that letter? Because they didn't want any of the things I'm talking about right now to actually be exposed. They had too much to lose. They were too big to fail. And they were all freaking out trying to cover their AWSs. And so they all got together because they knew that they knew that if Donald Trump didn't have to worry about a re-election and Donald Trump won that election in 2020, that there was going to be hell to pay for what they did. They couldn't get him impeached. They did get him impeached, but he didn't get thrown out of office. That's a better way of putting it. So they had to plant stories. They had to do what they had to do to try to destroy him. And they didn't care who got hurt in the process because it was game on, folks. This was the entire ball game. 1-866-381-3811. Or I'm sorry, 1-877, excuse me. 1-877-381-3811, 1-877-381-3811. It's Ben Ferguson filling in for the great one, Mark Levin. Your phone calls coming up.
Mark Levin.
Folks, if you haven't joined AMAC yet, here are 3 reasons why now is the time to visit amac.us to become a member. First, AMAC saves you money from tremendous discounts and benefits on travel and lodging, cell phones and plans, access to insurance products, and more. AMAC's money-saving benefits and discounts are a powerful tool against inflation. Second, with a bi-monthly magazine, daily website content, podcasts with America's thought leaders, and an app that delivers insightful coverage of the issues that matter most, the AMAC Newsline team is a source of information you can trust. And third, the reason most people say is their favorite is that AMAC fights for your conservative values on Capitol Hill. With more than 2 million members, AMAC is a voice that cannot be ignored, working tirelessly to preserve the freedom secured by our Constitution. So visit amac.us today and join. That's amac.us, amac.us. Join today, amac.us.
The Chris Plant Show, weekday mornings 9 to noon, here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, and heard around the world at talk973.com.
If you're looking for a smart, affordable alternative to corporate car rental agencies, now you've got a choice. Introducing Auto Choice Car Rentals in Southern Pines. Affordable, short, and long-term rentals. Late model cars, trucks, and SUVs, including the roomy and durable Ford Transit. Now, You have a choice. Auto Choice Car Rentals in Southern Pines. Open Monday through Saturday, 9 to 6. Call 910-725-1111. That's 910-725-1111. Or visit CooperAutoChoice.com.
You found it, your dream home. The perfect square footage on a quiet street. The Midtown condo with the amazing roof deck. The country house on some acreage. Or maybe it's a little bungalow on the beach. Whatever your dream looks like, First Bank offers personalized loan programs. Great rates and exceptional service every time for everyone. Dreams happen at First Bank. Learn more by visiting a local branch or go to localfirstbank.com/mortgage.
Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Is your village, town, community, or HOA in need of road repairs? Being proactive is the key to staying ahead of the curve and implementing an effective asphalt repair program. It can improve efficiency and reduce citizen complaints. Give Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services a call at 910-673-1318 to see what they can do for you. In addition to their normal asphalt paving, asphalt overlays, crack sealing, seal coating, and striping, Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services has also implemented its asphalt patching operation through the use of a pothole patch truck equipped with a heated hopper. The patch truck can keep hot mix asphalt for a period of 72 hours, thereby extending the life of the asphalt from 1 to 2 hours with the dump truck. Call Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services at 910-673-1318, 910-673-1318.
Eastwood Outfitters offers specialty firearms for elite marksmen and a lot more while delivering a personalized experience for everyone. Eastwood Outfitters is the only dealer in the area offering a wide selection of high-end inventory from Night Force, Zero Compromise, and more. Visit our Facebook and Instagram pages now through Christmas Eve for extra savings and specials. Open Tuesday through Saturday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. and Christmas Eve, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Eastwood Outfitters at the corner of NC Highway 73 and 15501, right next to the Bee's Knees Antiques and Thrift.
It's the most wonderful time of the year, but instead of decking the halls, we've decked out the racetrack at Rockingham Speedway Christmas. Bring your family and be transported to a drive-through winter wonderland on the racetrack. Enjoy hundreds of displays, miles of twinkling lights, and tune in your radio to our dancing music. 'Tis the season for pictures with Santa, and enjoy warm apple cider, hot chocolate, and s'mores. Shop local by visiting vendors that will be on site Friday through Sunday. Be filled with the Christmas spirit beginning December 1st and continuing until the new year. Tickets on sale now at SpeedwayLights.com.
Ho, ho, ho. Hi, this is Steve Leader Adams. I and the entire staff here at WEEB Radio want to wish everyone a fantastic Christmas season. Now, let's hear from the rest of the staff, Brad, Gus, and Dorothy.
Would like to thank each and every one for tuning in this year,
as well as all of our advertisers who help make our community so special.
So, from all of us here at WEEB, we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Want to make the holidays even more special? Give the gift of honey-baked ham to your employees or clients this year. It's a beautiful and distinctive gift that guarantees to make the moment memorable. Order your gift from either location, Fayetteville or Aberdeen. Honey-baked ham.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Program.
All right, welcome back. It is the Mark Levin Show. Ben Ferguson filling in for the great one tonight. So nice to have you with us. And if you just joined us, we're talking about the latest info in the Twitter files. I do want to get some of your phone calls in here. By the way, all of the information that I just gave you guys, and it was a lot, I have put it in our podcast that will be out tomorrow. So you can download our podcast, Ben Ferguson Podcast, and grab all of that data I just gave you, and you can share it with your friends. There's a lot of names in there. There's a lot of times and dates when they were working, where they were working. If you want it all and you didn't get to write down because you're driving, grab it, Ben Ferguson Podcast, wherever you get your podcast, and you can get it there tomorrow morning. Now, let me get straight to your phone calls. Let me go to Jesse in Los Angeles. Welcome. You're on the Mark Levin Show. Ben Ferguson filling in tonight for the great one. Hi.
Hi, Ben. Yeah, how's it going?
Good. How are you?
I've been listening. I'm not too bad. I'm a consumer of right-wing media, and I noticed that out of all the Twitter files and everything, There doesn't seem to be any kind of criminal activity. I don't see any charges being brought, and it seems like a lot of speculation and false narratives about complaining about things that you don't like. I mean, especially with like the Hunter Biden laptop. You say that the FBI has had it for quite a while, which is true. But again, there are no charges. There's nothing even. We don't even really know what's in it. And there's been a forensic.
We know exactly what's in it. That's a lie.
Yeah, well, the forensic audit was done by the Washington Post.
Hold on. We know exactly what's in it. The Washington Post has said that it's legitimate. It only took them 2 years because they're scumbags to admit it. The New York Times has admitted that it's legitimate. It only took them 2 years and 2 elections to admit it because they knew how damning it was. We know that the FBI said it was authentic, and you have people that Timothy Tebow, who's been fired for actually trying to cover up the authenticity of Hunter Biden's laptop by trying to claim that it was not authentic, and that's why he's been fired.
I disagree.
I don't care if you disagree. You can't just make up your own facts here. What did I say that was a lie? Call it a lie. You can say anything that I just said is a lie. Tell me what I just said to you that is a lie then. I mean, you can't just make up your own facts.
I'm not making up my facts.
Okay, all right, then let's go through it, all right? Did the Washington Post say that the laptop from hell is in fact genuine and authentic? Yes or no?
Okay. What about
it's yes or no. It's yes or no question. It's yes or no question. It's not a trick question. It's yes or no.
Not about the laptop. It's about the content.
No. The content. They said the content. We're talking about the contents of the laptop. Did the Washington Post and the scumbags there finally admit after 2 elections took place that it was the content of the laptop was authentic and real and it wasn't altered or changed? Yes or no?
False.
They didn't say it was false. They wrote an entire article saying that they had third-party people look at it and they had